Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. When our Guru, Sri Sadguru Jnanananda Saraswati Ma, wanted to have a vehicle to further the teachings which she gave us, she first founded the Sri Jnana Dvaita Pidam. Pidam is the receptacle, the base of, and Jnana and Dvaita and Shri, righteousness, Dharma, auspiciousness all came together as the base of this organization. Then later it was found necessary that we needed to spread Sadhguru's teachings to make more and more people know about her, hear about her, and understand her teachings. So we founded Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation after that disciple who was no more physically with us, but whose spirit guides us and who was very devoted to her Sadhguru Ma. So we created the Vishnu Mohan Foundation, and Vishnu Mohan Foundation went to all aspects of human life, whether it is the message of Sri Krishna, Sri Sadhguru Ma went out through the Krishna festival, which was dance, through dance, music and pravachanam, that is religious discourses. The message was taken through the mode of discussion and during Chidagni, the fire of consciousness festival, and finally also through a series of seminars. The first one was called Tarati Shokam Atmavit. The person who knows the self crosses over sorrow. A program on grief management, how grief is always with us and how do we cross over grief. So that was the first one. And likewise, all the seminars are on one side academic, the other side also devoted to the practice of spiritual life, to growth, of the spiritual aspect of human nature. The greatest of these is the Peace and Reconciliation Conference, which is held every year. It is based on two things. One is the feeling which Sadhguru has given us that we should understand from a perspective of humility that other perspectives other than our own, other views other than our own, are in the eyes of those people perfectly valid, perfectly relevant, and also that for reconciliation to happen, it is necessary to leave behind us all the unhappinesses of the past, all the difficulties of the past, and then only will peace and reconciliation happen in this world. And that is necessary if this world is to survive, this world is to be. So, may Sri Sadhguru Ma and Sri Krishna bless our endeavors. Narayana, Narayana, Narayana.
My humble pranam to Reverend Swamiji, Sri Sadguru, and eminent scholars. It is a matter of immense pleasure for Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation to welcome you all. Mahatma Gandhi is the epitome of peace, and uh, today nation is celebrating his birthday. Whenever we talk about peace and reconciliation and even education, we cannot forget uh, Mahatma Gandhi, the father of nation. Yesterday, we had a great inaugural session followed by special session, conclave of religious leaders and conclave of academics. In the end, Swamiji blessed all of us who are on the line and off the line. Deliberation had been of quite fruitful. Very good suggestion came out in which requires to be translated to into action. Today we have 4 sessions. In this session, I would like to invite first speaker, Professor Shrikala Nair, ma'am. Professor Shrikala Nair, an academically highly qualified person, is currently a professor of philosophy in the Sri Shankara University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. She has a rich experience of teaching the subject for over 25 years. She had also worked as a professor in the Nalanda University, Bihar. Brilliant in studies, she is the recipient of many awards and prizes during studentship. She is associated with the ICPR from 2013 and with the Indian Philosophy Congress since 2016. Professor Shrikala had presented more than 100 papers at different forums, both in and co-edited 2 books and all to various Indian and foreign journals. She has also made a large number of presentations in national and international seminars, besides involving in organizing seminars for ICPR and other universities. She is a visiting faculty in ICPR, IPC, etc. She has visited and participated in seminars conducted in large number of countries, both Oriental and Western. Professor Shrikala Nair has been associated with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation organized seminars besides participating in them for over a decade. You are most welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Saira. Pranams at the lotus feet of, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are very much audible.
Pranams at the lotus feet of Shri Sadguru. Pranams to Swamiji. Thank you, Saira, for your kind words. And I presume that my colleagues and other friends are participating in this session. With this hope, let me start. It was wonderful to listen to Swamiji at the beginning, and as he has precisely said, I have been watching the functioning of those organizations. Since start, I was a co-runner of this organization since its inception in academic activities. And I'm extremely happy the way it promotes academics, pretty unlike the departments of philosophy and Sanskrit, which should have done all these things which Swamiji is undertaking. And as he has precisely said, it is partially academic and a lot towards praxis. And precisely this is the target of Indian philosophy. Prayojana Vichara is an ingredient, an essential ingredient in every conceptualization in this land. So hats off to this institution and its leading spirit, Swamiji, whom I regard a lot with his permission. Let me share some of my thoughts on women education, the key to peace and prosperity. And I thought that in this seminar, which is titled Right Education is the Key to Peace, I thought it's very, very significant that we speak about women education and how it promotes peace and prosperity. The paper examines the possibility of attaining peace through women's education. How can education advance the status of women and girls across the country? I'm focusing largely our country, and work towards preventing conflicts, protect the most vulnerable populations, and finally transform the societies. This is exactly the problem that we are going to address this afternoon. Drawing on existing literature and various statistics concerned with the women education, I'll require the statistics that is available with regard to the women education across the country. The paper provides an overview of the stage of education with respect to women in India, and subsequently, the social, economic, and cultural benefits the nation may draw by educating its girls' children will be addressed. And from here, the paper would advance to certain philosophical aspects regarding the type of education that deemed fit for women. What type of education should we provide for women? Will a straight-jacketed, fit-for-all type of education fulfill the demands of women to unfold herself best? The paper argues that women's formal education topped with this philosophical icing would necessarily lead to a peaceful, just, and sustainable society. Friends, while we all know that education is the best investment towards reducing poverty, strengthening the communities, and bring sustainable development, educating the women mean much more than that. All of us are aware about the popular saying that when a man has been educated, only the individual has been educated. But when you educate a woman, the whole family is educated, and thereby the society and the country at large. Jawaharlal Nehru has popularly said, you can tell the condition of a nation by looking the status of women in that country. Evidently, so that is the case not only with the nation, even with the families, with the societies. As far as India is concerned, despite the tremendous progress made, I suppose that most of you are aware, and most of you as intellectuals are closely watching all what is happening across the country. Over the past 20 years, I'm just taking the recent past. I'll also, of course, look at what has happened in the colonial times and post-colonial, post-independent, all that. Very quick revamp. So over the past 20 years, since the initiation of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, girls are still more likely than boys to never set foot in a classroom, and that is a reality in India. But little we realize that the benches at school are the starting point for building peace in the minds of people. Let's begin by taking stock of the situation where we exactly stand with women education. India still has one of the lowest female literacy rates in Asia. India is, of course, working hard. All of us are aware. All of us are part of these exercises. But the pace is so slow, and hence we haven't achieved what we should have achieved long back. India is ranked 109 amongst the 128 countries in its education index for women. It's a shame. At the start of British Raj till independence, during the British Raj till independence, that is during the colonial period, just 2 to 6% of females were literate. The percentage went up to 15.3 in 1961 post immediately after independence, and 28.5 in 1981, and literacy rate with regard to women crossed 50% in 2001, and by 2011, female literacy rate in India stood almost at 65.46%. Now, the female literacy is definitely increasing, but female literacy rate varies among states, and that is also a reality with regard to India. India almost as a subcontinent, the cultures are different, the nature of the people are different. For instance, in Kerala, 86, we say that now it is 100%. Women are literate, whereas literacy rate in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh is just between 55 to 60%. This is an account little while ago. Probably now it has significantly improved. Shockingly, the rural areas of India have the lowest female literacy rate. Rural Rajasthan, for instance, has less than 12% female literacy rate. And the reason is obvious. I don't have to tell you the reason. Sex-based discrimination is prevalent in India. Girls are considered as parayadhan, the property of someone else. And why refine it? This is the basic question. Particularly, this is so in the north, and where women have been claimed as their own property. For instance, in the northeast, in Kerala, where matriarchal systems are prevalent, women are onto education. So this attitude need to be addressed. While the education of the male child is like an investment to the family, as the son, since he is likely to be responsible for caring the family if he is educated, women with largely reproductive role in society have little need for education, and any gains from it, even if you educate a girl, anyway, it is likely to accrue to the homes they go to after marriage. And therefore, why we take the trouble? This is the case. There are several government-initiated projects, most of you are aware, to promote girls' education, such as Mahila Samakhya Program, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya Scheme, National Program for Education of Girls at elementary level, and Sakshar Bharat Mission for female literacy, etc. And also many private NGOs. The leading ones are Pratham Girls Who Code and Educate Girls Bond. They also are into this task. Apart from these, there are, the state governments. Tamil Nadu is an ideal example for this. They offer there. They were the ones who initiated the midday meal scheme, free distribution of uniforms, and during Jayalalitha's regime, we have witnessed all this, and that has been mimicked by the rest of the states as well, of uniforms and books for girls, and so cycles, laptops, and these days, whatnot, they give a lot of things. But still, we have to work towards many issues. That's what I'm going to address. There are several hurdles to educate a girl child. Their safety as they go to the school. These days, this is very important. And sanitation issues. Even absence of private toilet could be sufficient reason for a girl to stop studying. We need to significantly improve the infrastructure. This is the call of the day. Teacher-student ratio, Modi ji has done a lot towards this. And also the teacher-student ratio, need for female teachers at the primary level, safety of female children, etc., to see to it that our daughters are educated. All these infrastructure requirements are to be catered to see to it that our girl children reach the school. In fact, in the rural India, getting girls to enroll in schools itself is a task. That is the first task. And once surmounted, in fact, girls are more likely than boys to stay on for primary education, because boys, they tend to go out and play and all that. But then girls are interested in studying, so they stay on till the primary. But they pose a challenge again at the secondary level and higher level education. At the secondary level, they may be retained by the family. For the girl child is a vital resource in agriculture and household chores in the rural area. She is an unpaid employee at the family level. She might be given the responsibility of looking after the younger ones or attend to the agricultural requirements, so on and so forth. And therefore, she would be retained home. Here comes the role of the state. Being the largest machinery for dispensing and disseminating education, its role is most primal and influential. India, in its fight against global poverty or its own poverty, happened to overlook women's education. What happened with India was that it thought that first it should address the problem of poverty, and then subsequently address the problem, or subsequently it should address the rest of the issues along with women education. But here it went wrong. The priority should have been reversed. Today we realize that women education is the finest tool to fight against poverty. Had India prioritized in attaining women education first, than attending the poverty issue, probably we would have tackled both these issues at one go. Because by educating women, in fact, you are wiping out poverty. And we know that conflict and violence arise out of poverty and inequality. So at one go, you are gaining several things. By empowering women with education, the earning potential of women improves, which necessarily improves the standard of living of the family, since women happen to invest more of their income into their families than men do. And that's also a reality. Even at the higher levels, the state must play a prominent role in preventing gender stereotyping, like pushing all those girls to the arts and literature streams, and then preserve the rest for boys, and so on and so forth. The gender stereotyping and segregation in education. and encourage our girl children by providing stipends, scholarships, loan. All these are happening. I'm not saying that they are not happening. Loans, transport facilities, guidance, and counseling services to their parents if they hesitate to let the child study what she wants. Here, we should not miss out the contributions of our Renaissance leaders. I can't help but remember our great leaders, Renaissance leaders, Rajaram Mohan Roy, particularly Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, who worked a lot for the improvement of the education of girl children of our country. Also, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, after whom the Pune University is now named, Periyar from Tamil Nadu, Baba Sahib Ambedkar. They are the names that come along with the rest, whom I have mentioned a little while ago, as they took initiatives to educate the lower caste along with women, all the subaltern group, the marginalized, the so-called. Having taken stock of the situation, let me now highlight some of the social and economic benefits of educating a girl child. Some of them I have already discussed. Education for women would ensure reproductive health. Educated women are less likely to marry young. For instance, a recent survey in India found that infant mortality was inversely related to mothers' educational level. According to the Tribune, women's education could lead up to 60% of women getting pregnant under the age of 70, and which is a rampant situation in the rural India. It also reduces gender-based violence considerably. Education plays a critical role in making girls understand that they have a right over their bodies and empower them to make decisions in all areas of their lives. Now, she can fight against the social evils if she is educated, such as domestic violence, dowry demand, low wages, etc. From reproductive roles, when she has been elevated to the level of product as the productive members of the community, they gain higher self-esteem since they realize that they are also contributing to the GDP of the country or even economically to the country. According to the World Bank, countries with limited educational opportunities for women lose $15 to $30 trillion in predicted lifetime earnings. In brief, the women power, if the government wills, can be converted as the power of government itself. Now, the choice is that of the government. If the nation fails to make it, then as Hillary Clinton once has said, it is like self-applied brakes to its journey, the country's journey towards progress. Now, friends, there is a clear link that I see between working to achieve peace and development and ensuring that girls get right education. How do we claim that educated girls happen to ensure peace in the locality? There are multiple reasons for it. The first reason is that women want their families to grow and thrive in peaceful conditions, not to be involved in wars. For family is their heaven. Family is the place where they survive their everything, where they selflessly work and fulfill their feminine desires. You know, they unfold themselves in the heaven called family. It is the natural place where they unfold themselves and realize their spiritual being. I'm consciously using that term. Therefore, she is the guardian angel of this institution called family and would fight tooth and nail against anything that disrupts the peace of it. The second reason is that when there is conflict, women are the most affected. They happen to be the vulnerable community. Take any instance, take our freedom fight when our natives have fought with the British troops, and the British troops in turn attacked the women. And so is the case with the partition. During partition, what has happened, you all know. So any conflict, in the instance of any conflict, it is the women who undergo the suffering. Hence, it is their private requirement, personal requirement, that peace prevails in the society in the interest of their own self-security. When a woman is educated in the family, the whole family changes, the attitude changes, and the outlook changes. She sees to it that her children are best educated, especially her girl children, with fine morals and best civic sense. Even materially, educated women strive to improve their lives, teach her children the basics of health and hygiene, responsibilities towards the family in society. Needless to say, all these hugely contribute to reduce conflict in the society. Now, how does conflict arise? Few words on this. I'm sure a lot of people will adjust onto this, so I leave it to the masters. As Jiddu Krishnamurti once said, I don't subscribe to all the views of Jiddu, but nevertheless, this has attracted me. He once said that conflict arises first in the minds of people. The conflict that you see outside in the world is just a replica or a representation of what is going on within. When there is doxastic incoherence, when your beliefs are incoherent, when you compromise with the incoherence of your beliefs, conflict arises within, and that is what has been projected out. Now, how doxastic incoherence arises in your mind? Simple. When one was orphaned at home, at the young age, when you are orphaned at home, in the society, in the school, or in the world, the doxastic incoherence, you lose your orientation, and there is doxastic incoherence. If a child is morally, culturally, and spiritually orphaned, he will not know what he wants exactly. He will lose self-orientation and becomes an easy target for those who want to trap him to create unrest in the society. And this is rampant today. This brings me back to my original thesis. An aware mother would invariably keep her children close to their cultural lab. You know that your culture is what your mother has taught you. Place the seeds of moral ideas and give him the right education or right orientation to fulfill his life's mission. Here, let me quickly add that in India, women are given awareness even at home. In a way, they have been naturally educated or trained as to how to maintain her family, her children, and work for the betterment of her immediate society. All this she has been taught at home. You would have seen in villages, but though quickly let me add that these days, such instructions hardly been taking place. You would have seen in villages, elderly women take upon the responsibilities of the panchayat president, and they think that if there is any unrest in the locality, they should intervene, even uninvited, and try to resolve the conflict. Why is it? Because there is a basic selflessness element in women, and that is what in function. That's what in function as we see it, that promotes her to take up issues of others as her own. Gandhiji was right here. Today is Gandhi Jayanti. My salutations to him. He was right when he said that women are naturally prone to spirituality compared to men, for they know how to subdue reason with wisdom. As Plato has once said that you will have to subdue your reason with wisdom. And Osho also, though again, I totally disagree with most of what Osho has said, but significantly he has said one thing, that when men think about big things, conceptualize them with no intention to act upon. Where men around me in my home, they talk about the relation between India and China, while I speak about what I should cook for the next meal and how I should teach my students at the university. So when men conceptualize things with no intention to act upon, women attend to her immediate surroundings, creatively attend on them, and resolve with her soft skills. If these natural traits are empowered with formal education, women will become the real asset of the nation. In brief, quality education can empower girls, and empowered women are the biggest asset of a nation. For by educating women, not only that half of its population gets educated, it also ensures the bright future of the country, the young India. All fine, but still, to attain the goals of women education and gender equality, these demands remain a far cry. Still, India is nowhere in claiming gender equality or women's education, the target that we have been aiming at. Why is it so? To my mind, an effective dialogue between Hindu religion, all religions born in India, they're all varieties of Hinduism. So religions born in India, Hindu religion to take the lead, culture and modernity. So an effective dialogue with these things is yet to take place. There are several issues that still remain unattended, and sweeping them all neatly under the carpet to give a neat picture of our culture that we worship women, all those what has been said in the Puranas and all that, citing any number of examples. To say that even in modernity, her place is safe and sound, I think is not going to help us much. To give a neat picture of the culture can hardly help us meet the challenges. The suggestion, therefore, is that the issues of women education, gender equality, and revamp of Hindu religion, redefining the status of women, all should be placed in one single basket. Let me cite an example. For instance, it is very wrong to reduce the tragedy of Malala Yousafzai as a protest just against girls' education. There are several things involved in it. For instance, United States interference, poverty, and government's corruption, instability of the government, all should be brought to attention while speaking about Malala Yousafzai's incident. So is the case with everywhere when you address the case. So is the case with India. You will have to place it in the larger cultural canvas. Due to patriarchal structure is not unique to India. It is not the evil that India alone has produced. That is the case everywhere, the whole globe. So due to this patriarchal structure, women continue to struggle to gain equal opportunities for success and friendship. I must tell you that on several accounts, India is much ahead. I still remember Professor Carol Gold, when she visited India, she visited Bombay University, she came to my university, and she saw in several places women heading the departments, and she went back and told to one of my friends in US that what I liked in India is that several departments are headed by women. See, she was surprised because that doesn't happen in United States of America. So we should also take note of such leadership roles that happen in India. So now added to this, Hinduism is in the post-Sutra period gave in for strict normativity that undermined the social status of women. So what I suggest is a meaningful dialogue between Indian culture, religion, and modernity. Without the leftist framework, that has been happening within the leftist framework, but that doesn't help us. So without the leftist framework, is long overdue. So statistics shows that on average, women work 6 hours of unpaid domestic labor per day, while men spend only 30 minutes for it. While it's a matter of culture and aesthetics, even for me at least, to have women be the queens of the family. Why? Let her be the queens of the family. She's happy there. Nevertheless, if they're confined to domestic work because they're found ill-qualified for public jobs, then the problem is shifted to another realm. Vrunda Dalmia, in her paper, wrote that knowledge of women, why is it that knowledge of women doesn't become part of the official story of knowledge? Because they have more of know-hows than know-thats. For instance, midwife, she knows how to undertake how to help in a delivery, but she doesn't have true prepositions in her hand, unlike a doctor. So her knowledge doesn't comes into the official story. No, this is what is happening. Women have more of know-hows than know-thats, a set of true prepositions, and therefore they stay away from the official epistemological canvas. Also, educating women has been identified as one of the best tools for sustainable development. All those who have even preliminary understanding on ecofeminism would know that how women and nature are closely aligned. Education of women would mean narrowing down social disparities and inequities, and this would automatically lead to sustainable development. And also, educating girls would result in a faster decrease of population growth, thus playing a significant role in addressing the environmental issues such as climate change. And it has been estimated that educating girls is the 6th most efficient action against climate change, far ahead even of solar farms and nuclear power and so on and so forth. Now let me address the last problem which I have vowed at the beginning. What kind of education is best for the girls? Now this is a piece of my thought. which you might agree or not, I view that over and above the formal education given for all, in which she should necessarily take part, she should also be made aware of her intimate self, the feminine self. What is it to be a woman? The education should enable her to ask herself what she exactly wants of herself, how she wants to bloom. Subsequently, what is her role in the world as a woman? How can she find self-fulfillment? How can she enlighten herself? The light of which would parallelly remove the darkness of the world around, as is the case with Jivan Mukta. As you know that Sri Ramana Maharshi has beautifully told us that as far as Jivan Mukta is concerned, he is not bound by ethics because he is naturally an ethical being. Sureshwar Acharya also in Vaishkarma Siddhi says that quite like in the burning fire, there is no dirt that can happen. So it's the case with Jivan Mukta. You don't have, I mean, he doesn't have to be conscious about the ethical principle. So I'm borrowing this idea here. So quite like that, an enlightened woman would naturally brighten the world around. Hence, my appeal is that the education imparted to our girl child should also consist of wisdom that help her realize her feminine being. Now, how exactly that has to be undertaken, that we will have to think about it. I have certain ideas, but any institution or organization is interested in taking this up as a project, well, then even the government should think about it. But then, unfortunately, and it is nor is it wise to, give all the interest, the government with all jobs, like even the institutions, the individual will have to take up the responsibilities for the betterment of the nation. So I said my appeal is that the education imparted to our girl child should also consist of wisdom that help her realize her feminine being. This attainment of the real self would enable her identify herself with the nature, because I often see that woman is nothing but a representation of nature, and that is why she revolts when the nature has been hurt. Take any instance, Chipko movement or the Plachimada instance, when the nature has been hurt, she feels pain because there is an identity drawn between the woman and the nature. As elsewhere in one of my papers in ecofeminism, like Vandana Shiva, all of them have argued this beautifully. So this self-realization would bring peace to the individual, to herself, which will invariably reflect in the immediate society. So this is my appeal, and thank you to Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and to Swamiji to have given me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with the enlightened audience here. Thank you so much. Narayana Narayana.
Thank you very much, Sam, for highlighting the importance of women's education in detail and the role of women in peace building. Thank you very much. Now, I am happy to introduce next speaker of this session, Dr. Mikio Oshii. Dr. Mikio Oshii is Associate Professor of Peace and Conflict Studies at Asian University for Women in Chittagong, Bangladesh. Since gaining his PhD in Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of Bradford in 1995, he has been involved in the research and practice of peace and conflict management, focusing on the Asia-Pacific region. Knowledgeable in the world's major spiritual and humanistic traditions, he is interested in developing a holistic approach to the management and transformation of conflict in Asian countries, as well as seeking a regional security order reflecting the rich cultures, values, and norms of the Asia Pacific. Among his recent publications are Contemporary Conflicts in Southeast Asia and Managing Conflict in a Globalizing Asian. He is also one of the three founders of Mekong Environment Forum, an international NGO based in the Mekong Delta, Vietnam. You are most welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Khatun, for introducing me to the audience. I'm also very thankful to inviting me to this very outstanding and well-known and renowned conference. So this is a very good opportunity to share my basic approach and to peace and conflict studies. So as Ms. Katun introduced about myself, I studied peace and conflict studies for quite some time. And while mostly I have been adopting the West-developed approach to peace and conflict studies, but because of my origin, I'm originally from Japan, and I was born. I was bred in the maybe Buddhist tradition. Also, I'm now exposed to Christianity and also other religions, and Islam and Hinduism. And so now I'm now more serious than before to pursue the Asian approach to peace and conflict study. So I would like to share my own idea that have been developing for the past few years. So first of all, can I share my PowerPoint now? Just I think I can do that. Now it's disabled, so I think someone can allow me to share my PowerPoint slide, right? Still it's disabled. Then I think the host needs to allow me, enable me to share the PowerPoint slide. Ms. Katun, can you help me?
Sorry, sir.
I think, or maybe some technical stuff may help allow me to share the PowerPoint slide. Then, so I'm prepared the PowerPoint slide. So
you should be able to share it now, sir.
Right? Still, it's disabled then. So right? Oh, now okay. Fine, thank you. So I want to use my PowerPoint slide. So the title of my presentation today is the coexistence in differences, coexistence in differences, and a Buddhist approach to incompatibility management. And for the past few years, I have been particularly interested in this aspect of peace and conflict studies, incompatibility management. Incompatibility means the incompatible goals or positions of the parties to conflict. Parties basically have certain agenda, certain goals, certain position. Then the disposition and agenda goals are kind of blocked, right? And they cannot be achieved because of the other positions and the goals and the agenda of other parties. And so this incompatibility between positions or goals, this is the core of the conflict. So my interest lies in how to address this incompatibility. So I want to just explore this topic before I apply the Buddhist idea, Buddhist concept to incompatibility management. Okay, so there has been two approaches in compatibility management so far. This is very simple. The one is a Western approach to incompatibility management. The next one is the Eastern approach to incompatibility management. So, okay, just follow the very common sense distinction between West and East. Okay, so first I want to explain the Western approach, and that I have learned in the Western centers of peace and conflict studies. My alma mater for PhD is the University of Bradford. University of Bradford is very, very famous peace research center. But anyway, So the Western approach, basically the integration of positions, integration of incompatible position, how to integrate the seemingly clashing positions of the parties. This is a basic Western approach. So this one, turning the clashing positions into new ones that are mutually compatible. Okay, so I will just show in the diagram. For example, just a moment. Okay, so party A with a position A, certain goals, right? Party A. Then party B, and the party B a certain position B1. These positions are in clash like that. So this is a conflict already. Conflict. This is the basic basic definition of conflict. So usually, so these two parties to fight each other to achieve and it's their own position at the cost of other party, right? So this is what is happening all over the world, basically. So rather than fighting over the clashing position, Western approach encourage the parties to go beneath each position. What lies beneath its position is interest. According to peace and conflict studies, distinction between positions on the surface and interest underneath. This is very, very important in Western approach. Position is on the surface, and by definition, it tends to clash with each other. But the interest is what lies beneath. Like the here I also put the basic human needs, and this is another concept. But basically, this is the interest. So the identity of certain groups or people, and the recognition of the minority groups, and security, survival. These are interests or basic human needs. The parties to conflict basically wants pursuing these things. And then to achieve this identity, recognition, security, survival, and each party is pick up certain position. Yeah. So this is an understanding of the Western approach. So with this understanding of the underlying interest, then what the party is expected to do is the going back to the position, and then party A supposed to adjust the position from position A1 then position A2, understanding the underlying interests, and then the party A kind of expected to adjust the positions, and the party A also expected to do the same thing. And as a result, two positions will not clash anymore. But at the same time, with this new position, still this position can pursuing this position can achieve the underlying interest, identity, recognition, security, survival. But these adjusted new positions no longer clash with each other. So this is basically roughly the Western approach. This is the integration of position. In the beginning, two positions are clashing with each other. Then after this process, and the two positions no longer clash with each other. This is compatible. So this process is called integration of positions. So the two positions has been integrated by knowing underlying interest, or BHN, short form of basic human needs. So integration by universal principles. So the universal principle like interest or basic human needs, these are considered basic principles, and these principles are common to all humans and also the organization of human beings. So this is Western approach, as I understand, and as I learned in Bradford. Then next one is a Eastern approach. That one can be characterized by coexistence of incompatible positions. Incompatible positions remain, but somehow these positions somehow manage to coexist. This sounds like a very contradiction in this sense, but Eastern approach seems to be aim to achieve this situation. The Eastern approach aims to make sure that incompatible position do not lead to confrontation or physical clash, that is the armed conflict, right? Between the conflict parties, and why it is possible and how. So this is the same, the conflict situation like this. This is the same, party A with position A1, party B with position B1, and they are clashing. So what they, according to Eastern approach, so what those parties are supposed to do? Party A with position A1 still same, party B, position B1 same. Then what happens is like this. So the position, just both parties avoid their incompatible position from head-on clash, something like that. So this is called maneuvering around incompatibilities, maneuvering around. Yeah? So that no head-on clash may take place, maneuvering around. This is quite interesting phenomenon. From this in mind, and if we observe what is happening in conflict, and many conflicts are happening outside of US or Europe, right? Many in Asia or Africa. And actually, we can find a lot of the examples of maneuvering around incompatibilities, especially in my original area, field area of Southeast Asia. A lot of these examples can be identified. So in this case, after avoiding the head-on clash between the positions, so then the parties just wait for the incompatibility to change on their own. So that means that enough time will be taken, the long term and position, right? A long-term attitude, and the parties need not settle the conflict very quickly. Just take time, and in the meantime, maybe the conflict may be sidelined and just shelved them and pursuing the something important one, like the economic cooperation and other things. So this is, I found the Eastern approach actually. So what happened? So after a long time, party A with position A2. So after quite some time, so the party A's position may have changed into a position A2, and the party B into position B2, and this position no longer clash with each other after taking time. Yeah, so something like this. So this is the Eastern approach of the incompatible management. So this one, so before this situation achieved, the incompatible positions coexist for quite some time. So this is quite interesting aspect of Asian, what we can observe in conflict management, especially in Asian countries. Okay, so maybe oops. So I will look closer at the Eastern approach. So there are several ways in which incompatibilities do not trigger conflict behavior. That is head-on clash. There are several ways. And I will not go into detail. I will just put up something. So space for peaceful interaction. Party can create a space in which peaceful interaction possible, like diplomatic works, and diplomacy or meeting or negotiation space. Then second one is self-restraint. It's obvious. Then the third parties may have the strong influence on the parties. Then those third parties try to control the behavior. Yeah? Then there are certain nature or quality in the relationship of the parties that can absorb the tension and shocks. This is also quite interesting aspect actually. Then still the military deterrence may work, military deterrence, because something hard just to put between the parties, right? And the party cannot crash itself to the hard walls. Yeah? So something like the military deterrence still can work. Anyway, these things. So when the above functions and the mechanisms operate, incompatibilities can be maneuvered around or set aside, and the parties may wait for their change. So this is the coexistence of incompatible position. So conflict parties may learn to live with their own incompatibilities, may live with their own incompatibility, live with a contradiction. This is very uncomfortable. But I feel agents, I think the better handling such situation compared with the Westerners people. Yeah, but anyway, so this one, then so just a short revision, the Western approach versus the Eastern approach. The Western approach, integration of incompatible position. Then Eastern approach, coexistence of incompatible position. Then next one, understanding the Eastern approach. I should have right. And understand Eastern approach using the Buddhist concept. Actually, I should have right. This title, and this are too short. Understanding the Eastern approach based on the Buddhist concept. I try to apply several concepts, and that originated from this one. The Kegon-kyo is a Japanese pronunciation because many Buddhist sutras are very, very well known and rooted in Japanese society. So Kegon-kyo. Its original name is maybe you understand Avatamsaka Sutra. Avatamsaka Sutra. English translation is the flower garland sutra. So it's very, very colorful, right? A flower garland, then like maybe big garland of flowers. Flower garland sutra. So this sutra has had a very strong influence on the development of Mahayana Buddhism, Japan included, Japan and China and Korea. Yeah, so I want to apply several concepts drawn from this flower garland sutra. So the first concept is the Shihokkai. Shihokkai, again this is Japanese. So, which means 4 realms of existence. This becomes very philosophical, actually. 4 realms of existence, according to this sutra. One is a Jihokkai. Jihokkai is a realm of phenomenon. Phenomenon is in our own daily perception, in our daily life, in the relationship, international relations, or domestic political situations full of conflict and contradictions and fighting, all these things. This is what we usually experience, the realm of phenomenon, right? Then the second one is the Rihokkai. Rihokkai is the realm of principle, something abstract. So there's the idea, and always there's the idea compared with the reality. What should be the case? What should be done? And what should be, these things, providing the idea. This is the realm of principle. Then the third one is Riji Muge Hokkai. Riji Muge Hokkai. This is the realm of non-obstruction between principle and phenomena. Principle exists maybe higher up, and then phenomena taking place on the ground, right? So in this realm, so the principle and the phenomenon, they can harmony and the interaction between the principle and the reality, the harmony taking place. So this is Riji Muge Hokkai. Then the last one, Jiji Muge Hokkai. This is the realm of non-obstruction, good interaction, peaceful interaction between phenomena and the phenomena, between objects and the object, and without using the higher principle. Yeah, so there are 4 types of 4 realms of existence. And many people say Japanese society is basically based on this last one, Jiji Muge Hokkai. Japanese society appear to lack in the overall principle or idea or whatever, but this one. So just things are there, and just there, and they look like almost chaotic. If you look at the Japanese city or town, there's no urban planning, no city planning, and just something just village or town or city can develop on its own, like an organic organization and without any urban planning. But still somehow, and in the best case, so that they can create very nice living space. Yeah? So this one, I think this one reflects the Buddhist idea of Jiji, Muge, Hokkai. But anyway, maybe I need to just go quickly. So now I want to compare between the two realms, Riji Muge Hokkai versus Jiji Muge Hokkai. In Riji Muge Hokkai, this is an existence of the principle and the phenomenon, right? This one. So in this realm, there is positive mutuality between universal principle and the individual objects. And then second, and the Jijimuge Hokkai, there is positive mutuality between individual objects. Individual object includes like ASEAN or parties to conflict and everything and existing there. But somehow, and according to these realms, so something like this can take place. And now, so I already provided a certain concept, and another additional two concepts. This is sosoku and sonyu. This again Japanese pronunciation. Sosoku and sonyu. This is another additional two concepts. This is so the positive mutuality between objects in Jijimuge Hokkai. Now I'm focusing on Jijimuge Hokkai. Jijimuge, the last element, Jijimuge Hokkai. The positive mutuality between objects in Jijimuge Hokkai works in two ways. One is a sosoku. This one is the individual object like you and me, or other maybe certain human organization, whatever. Anyway, individual objects exist side by side peacefully. This is almost like coexistence, and this one already stated in the Flower Garden Sutra. This is a sosoku, peaceful coexistence side by side. Another one is sonyu. Sonyu is individual object penetrate into each other, peacefully penetrate each other, influence each other. One objective go inside the another objective, and this merge into each other. Individual object penetrate into each other, thereby possessing or reflecting the qualities of one another. According to the Buddhist Sutra, this can take place. Then I think this is the last concept I want to use. This is a bit difficult to pronounce. Daienkyochi. Daienkyochi. Again, Japanese word. This is wisdom, basic wisdom, Buddhist wisdom of an infinite and complete mirror. Usually mirror is compared to wisdom in Buddhism. Mirror can reflect everything, maybe. If the mirror is very big and infinite, that mirror can reflect everything that exists in this world, right? So such mirror is compared to wisdom. Yeah? So this mirror reflects the images, all objects in the world. This is called Daienkyochi. So applying this concept from the Flower Garden Sutra to incompatibility management. So sosoku and sonyu suggest that incompatible positions of conflicting parties can exist side by side as they are. They need not to change anything, and they can just coexist with each other, and no need to change between those existence and objects without causing clashes or tensions. So this sutra point out the possibility of these two things. Then the Daienkyochi, this is the supreme wisdom, Buddhist wisdom, Daienkyochi, like a mirror, provide the incompatible positions of the parties with the existential basis. So it's almost like I want to compare this one with the canvas, and the painter used the canvas, right? The clothes, and then to paint the picture, right, on the canvas. So I want to compare the Daienkyochi to canvas, and this is a very big canvas, an infinite canvas. So this canvas, always exist, like this wisdom and Dai-Enkyo always exists like an infinite canvas. And this canvas, of course, sustains individual figures painted on it. Yeah? So the figures are painted on the canvas, right? And then this canvas sustains each figures painted on the canvas. So it, as it were, embraces individual objects on the canvas. And from behind them, this is important, from behind them, from behind. And usually, we human beings are not aware of the existence of this canvas because we don't make it the object or subject of discussion. We can see face to face because that is always behind us, not in front of us. This is something different from God. God always exists in front of us, and then we can worship God. Yeah? Just God, and in front of God. But this one is not the object of worship or whatever, because this exists behind us, like the canvas that sustains the picture. Yeah. So this is something very interesting thing. So, but it is a matter of each object, like each of us, to getting aware of the existence of the canvas. So this one, I think, reflects a certain important fundamental teaching of Buddhism. Okay, so now, okay, first, just I created the diagram to facilitate the understanding of the Western approach and the Eastern approach. Western approach can be interpreted according to Buddhist concept. Yeah? So Jihokkai is like this, Jihokkai, and our usual life, yeah? And our daily life, and our political life, and international relations, always conflict and fighting and dispute and big argument. So this is reflect our own mind, right? And because according to Buddhism, everything reflects our own mind, right? So this is Jihokkai, like this, of course. And the ABC is positions of the parties to conflict. They are incompatible with each other and fighting amongst the incompatible positions. This is Jihokkai. Then the Western approach. So Western approach introduced a certain overall principle. Then all these positions are kind of reorganized and under this principle. So these positions are subject to the rule of the principle. And then as a result, in the beginning, it's very chaotic, but now this is a kind of the law and order. And this one reflects the Western approach to incompatibility management. Of course, as I say, and the original A is now changed, slightly changed, right? And the position A is now changed, and the B changed, C also changed for the mutual adjustment, so that these two are no longer directly clash with each other, yeah? But something like this. Yeah, this is Western approach. And this one is Riji Muge Hokkai. And Ri is the principle. And G is these things, phenomenon, and including the positions. Then the Eastern approach. So here in the beginning, it's the same. Yeah? So you usually perceive what's happening like this, right? Then Jijimuge Hokkai. This is a Jijimuge. So this is like a canvas. All these originally conflicting, originally incompatible positions are just put on the canvas. And then there's a lot of certain qualities on the canvas. Then because of this quality of canvas, and there is no longer clashing with each other. Although these positions may be still incompatible with each other, but this one can happen. So why this is happening? So I think this is quite interesting. I just feel another very important Buddhist concept, the love, right? Love, karuna, maha karuna. Maybe you have heard a great love for all existence, great compassion to all existence. I think that because of the function of this maha karuna, great love for all the existence. I think this one is working. I want to explore in my future research in this aspect how something like this possible. All these positions are actually incompatible with each other, but still can coexist. This is something amazing actually. And maybe it's quite illogical according to the Western rationality, but I'm quite interested in this aspect. Yeah? So anyway, so this is what I have been pursuing now for the past few years. I just wanted to share what I have been doing. Still, this is not completed on the way of in my research. So anyway, so conclusion. So the Western approach to incompatibility management requires overall principles or rules, and to which incompatible position would be subject. So this one reflects Riji, Muge, Hokkai. On the other hand, the Eastern approach to incompatibility management ensures that incompatible positions can coexist as they are because of the existence of Daienkyoji, the mirror-like wisdom by Buddhism, right? So this is Jiji, Muge, Hokkai. And Buddhist concepts open up the new possibility to address incompatibility. So this is very, very different from what the Western Center of Peace and Conflict Research teaches and doing research on. And I would like to expand and this new area of research. Okay, thank you very much for your listening. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir. Your academically rich presentation. You have not only discussed the basics of conflicts, but shown the Buddhist way to translation. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. G. Devanagam is the son of the late Professor Govindarajan, a great archaeologist. Professor Devanagam is one of the kind classical Tamil scholar whose scholarship includes a bucket of subjects: Tamil literature, history, art forms, architecture, archaeology, epigraphy, iconography, conservation of monuments, with a host of other skills. He has incessantly worked and spread knowledge of Tamil heritage and culture, and is a referral point in the annals of Tamil studies. He is a poet and an eminent historian and researcher who has published more than 85 books, hundreds of lectures, webinars, and a few hundred papers in academic magazines, and also written articles for popular press. He has guided scores of research students in their pursuit of academic degrees. He also holds fellowship in a number of premier academic and research institutes and fora around the world. You are most welcome, sir.
Hello, can I?
Now, am I audible?
Can I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jahira. And thanks a lot to Mikio IC. Has given a very beautiful lecture. I enjoyed it. Maybe in the later half. And my vanakkam to every one of you, my friends. My thanks to the organizers, Vishnu Mohan Foundation, in particular to Swamiji Sri Hari, and to my beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy, who introduced me to Swamiji. So, I have been asked to talk on the proper education to peace. Of course, that is the very purpose of having our education. We should live properly with all peace. It should be bodily, mentally, individually, family-wise, society-wise, state-wise, nation-wise, and globally. So, of course, this is a needy time to talk about in large about our proper education towards a peaceful globe. That is the very motto, I think so. That is the very aim of having this type of title. If you allow me, I can go for hours together in lecturing on my own towards this subject. But whereas I've been requested by the organizers to go for 20 minutes. Okay, that's nice. Brevity is the soul of wisdom. I can go short. And why we are having our education? What is the purpose of having education? What is the purpose? Character. To build your character. It starts from individual person. What type of education? See, that is the most important one. Character building education is more important. And that is the very purpose of having education. And the education means to develop the culture within and outside of human beings. That is the very purpose, and every religion is talking too high about it. And every religious leaders and the great leaders of the globe are also thinking, innovating, making all types of innovation, all types of advocations, etc., etc. When the health is lost, nothing is lost. When the wealth, when the wealth is lost, nothing is lost, and the health is lost, something is lost. And if you are losing your character, if the character is lost, everything is lost. So the purpose of education is to build your character. Peace starts from there. It starts from your body to your soul and to your relatives in the family, the kins, society, and then your country, then the globe if possible. That is the system, education system that we had in India. Until Lord Macaulay tried his level best to break our Indian education system. We were so shrewd. The numbers may be in a limited, but whereas the technical knowledge and the practical sense of knowledge was so exhaustive, prevailed in this country. Because in Indian system, every education starts from his infancy, and it starts with kaloki, with the objects. Kaloki with objects. Porutkaludan sollada. When your mother was feeding you, She was inviting a crow, a kaka, 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 maikundua. Then she was about to feed the child. Likewise, Ambuli Mama, the moon, she was inviting. She is inviting even today. It is our Indian system. First of all, she is introducing the universal factors, the objects that is moving and immovable ones, the movable and immovables were being introduced by our mother. So the infant child is learning little thing by her sound system. Kattilanayinum ketka, kelvi chelvam. That is the wealth of hearing. Hearing the good words and hearing the introductory remarks from your mother's. That is Thai Mori, mother tongue. From the tongue of mother, we learned so many things. And the target was not in a singular way of learning. At a time, our pioneers or our forefathers were learning 10 things at a time. 10 things, dasavadhanam, 10 things at a time. It may be in voice, it may be in, video side or audio side or of learning or understanding or questioning, whatever may be, 10 types. Numerical or letter forms or other language or meaning or some other from memory or identification or analyzing, whatever. Observation. There are so many ways and everything comes to a close for the learner for Indian system before the colonial system introduced here. It is of Dasavadhanam. Sometimes for the brilliant people, brilliant students, it was Sadavadhanam, 100 things at a time, learning 100 things at a time. It was prevailed in India. It was prevailed in Tamil Nadu. Because the education system was age-wise education. And the education starts with the dharma, introducing dharma, whether the infant child is understanding or not, never bother about, but through the voice of mother, through the voice of mother tongue, dharma was introduced. So that is the very type of education we had. And it leads us to a calm, quiet, and peaceful life with all human beings and with the animals, birds, all living beings. Everything was peace, even the nature. Although now and then there may be some violations, super cyclone, heavy rain, downpour of rain, or something like that. These are all exemptions. But whereas everything was quite peaceful and normal because the human beings were educated in such a way to keep everything peaceful. If I am peaceful, my family will be peaceful. Then my neighbors will also be peaceful. My fellow beings, everything will be peaceful. That is the way of Indian education system. It started from open air system, open air education system. Then the particular individual was introduced with the objects, movable and immovable, in and around the person. He learned what type of tree, what type of flower, what type of water, what type of animal, what type of human beings. Who is it? Father, grandfather, grandma, uncle, child, friend, brother, sister. All types of introduction. This is the beginning of education. Then body and mind preparation was also held in Indian system of education. Preparation of mind and body. First of all, you have to build your body in such a way to acquire all knowledge and to lead a peaceful life, a quiet and contented life. That is the basic. It is also being taught by words, by activity and action. It was started originally, and using five senses, Meiwaikan Muku Sevi, has five sensors, and the mind was used as a CPU, central processing unit, and the monitor. That was our Indian education system, and especially for Tamil Nadu, we had and a high age-wise education. Yeah, that has been broken nowadays. So therefore, only we are in search of having a proper education towards a peaceful life. Yes, it is a needy hour that we have to discuss in detail. Age-wise education has been violated. Originally, our Indian system introduced the education to the young children only by the age of 5 and plus. But what happened now? It starts from 6 months, sometimes 1 year, a 2 year, crèche, then kindergarten. Okay, whatever may be. உலகத்தோடு ஒட்ட ஒழுகல் பலகற்றும் கல்லார் அறிவிலாத. Yes, we have to go along with the world to the very direction of the world. Okay. But it has been broken by the high plot of Lord Macaulay and the British colonial system in order to establish their own control over Indian nation. That is in practice still. And therefore only we are in a needy hour to talk in. Okay. But when you are introduced with the nature, when you are properly undergoing the open air system of learning in your young age, ilamayil kal, learn while you are young. Learn while you are young. Then only you can immediately acquire and keep it in mind. It will be in your CPU. Age cannot wither it. You will keep everything. The prosperity of knowledge comes over there from the very beginning of your young age, not on the youth. So Thomas Bobbington Macaulay, Thomas Bobbington Macaulay and Thomas Carlyle once, they were, after knowing the Indian system of education, they have raised a question among the UK parliamentarians. They asked, within quote, if there is any such situation to lose one of it of ruling India and Shakespeare, which will you lose? Immediately they received a reply that they are ready to lose the ruling of India. Such a very question was raised by Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati in the very same period or sometime later, asking all the people whether you are ready to lose your wealth or Avvayar. Avvayar. Avvayar was a saintly lady of our Tamil tradition, who was much concerned about the education to the infant children. She was very much concerned with the infant children. Yes, that is the education system starting point. If you are coming to school, when you are a grown-up child, the learning starts It is not educating. It is studying or learning or whatever you can say. So, Auvayar, the mother of Tamil literature, lived in this country some 1,000 or million years ago and followed by her own tradition, was introducing this education for children. And the education for children should lead all the human society towards a peaceful life. That is the very purpose of education. The purpose of education is to build your character, not the wealth, not the opportunities of having some jobs. Never mind about. If there is no peace in the world, how can you live or to survive? That is anarchy going on nowadays in the name of modernization and of the globalization. One has to conceive all this important message. The message of education to the children who are introduced to education should be taught with dharma. So therefore only all her products, that is Auvayar's product. The Auvayar was a bard, a lady bard, who lived in this country, who is trying to teach all our young children, infant children, to begin their education with dharma. Aram Seya Virumbu. Like to perform dharma. That is the very beginning. The infant children may not be understand what she is saying, but repeatedly she was telling about. That is what is called in Indian system Ubhadhyayanam. Ubhadhyayanam. She will chant it, followed by the young children. If she is chanting like this, Aranjaya Virumbu, the student community or the infant children will also follow her teacher as the Aranjaya Virumbu. They may not understand the meaning in the beginning, but whereas they will be trained to chant the very wording, but in time, in course of time, they will understand, and it will fulfill our head as well as our body inside. Because after all, the human being is built up with the body as well as the soul. You are not educating the body, you are educating the soul. The soul should be in a wiseful way developed towards the peace. Because you can earn any much. You can go for study any amount of education, anywhere education. You may be getting a fame, but not the peace. But for having a peace, how much you can pay? Peace is very important for everyone, every living being it needs. If there is any violation in the forest, what will be that happening for wild living beings, wildlife, cattle? They will be suffocated. This is a period of suffocation. So therefore only we are seeking the proper education towards a peaceful life of the globe. Okay. So that is the thing. He is recommending, Mahakavi Bharati is recommending for a proper education towards the peace, because he was living in a struggling period of our national freedom struggle. He was a leading poet of our country. He was a Mahakavi. Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati is advocating the education should be started with the Thai Tamil, the mother Tamil. Mother Tamil, what do you mean by that? Ati Chudi, Kondrai Vendan, Mudurai, Nalvari. Education is for age-wise. say like 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 9. And after 11 or after 14, the adolescence started. If you are laying a very strong foundation starting with Shastra, Dharma, and of the environmental, eco-friendly as well as the human beings, relativity and relationship also, you will have a all peaceful life towards the betterment of human. So therefore only she was introducing the young children, infant children, without knowing the meaning of Tamil words, only knowing sucking the breast of a mother may understand little things. But starting with the dharma, aram saya virumbu. Aram means dharma. Like to like. First of all, you like it. You need not do it. Like to do dharma. Then comes for human beings, which one is a very, very hardcore or crucial ailment? Ailment, that is what is called anger, angry, anger. Subdue anger, ஆறுவது சினம். சினம் என்னும் சேர்ந்தாரை கொல்லி is a further explanation given by Tirukkural. So for each and every coinage of Avayar, there are so many explanatory notes in poetical as well as in verse libre we got as explanatory commentaries. But it should be in a later period. It starts with the brevity, the brief, Ratna Churukam of Avayar. Aranjaya Virumbu, ஆறுவது சினம், இயல்வது கரவேல், அம்மையும் அப்பனும் தெய்வம், தாய்ந்தையும் தாயும் தெய்வம், தந்தை தாய் பேண். They are the first knowing gods. Father and mother are the first knowing gods. Okay. So such a word is being taught to us from the fragile condition of your mind. So it immediately grasped and kept it for until your death. So that was our system. Like to do virtue. Aranjaya virumbu. Like. First of all, you like. Then subdue anger. Do not conceal your means. Do not conceal your means. Give it. Kodutupar. So for body and soul, our life is happening or formed. For body, we are feeding something. But for your soul, whether your body is able to move freely without a soul. For soul, are we feeding? Are we feeding? For our body, we are feeding. For our soul, which can be fed, it is also being given by the great Saint Thiruvalluvar, the brother of Avayar. ஈதல் இசைபட வாழ்தல் அதுவல்லது ஊதியம் இல்லை உயிர்க்கு. Give something to others. Possible ones, not all. Keep something for you, and the excess can be extended to others. ஈதல் இசைபட வாழ்தல். Have a bright life. A fame. Live with fame. That is the feeding of your soul. ஈதல் இசைபட வாழ்தல் அதுவல்லது ஊதியம் இல்லை உயிர். Nothing else is possible to feed your soul. So give it. இயல்வது கரவே. Mahakavi Bharati was telling us, Nidhi mihundor porku vaithari. Kasugal padaithor, kasugal tari. Adum matur vaichul arve. At least give some sweet words. Okay. So that is the thing. Fa tandai thai pain. Honor your parents. Tandai thai pain. Foster your parents. This is the first stage of education. The first stage. Introducing the objects in and around the children. The environment. Then the homely objects. And it should be in materialistic as well as by meaningful words. கருத்தளவிலும் காட்சி அளவிலும் காணக்கூடியவை. Optimistic. Yes, it has been introduced. Therefore, only the William Wordsworth, like Nature's Poet, were introducing such a remark to the human being. One impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good than all the sages can. Yes, of course. A forest can teach you more than of a rishi or of a sage. It is so. Therefore, only the Indian Puritans in those days had their habituation or habitat only in the forest area or a hilly region, without any pollution. Beautiful environment, calm and quiet, the birds singing, the animals were also making the noise, the running brooks, the wind is or sometimes breezing or blowing. And that is such a beautiful climate. The education system started here, and that is what is called our Gurukulam system of education. Singular pointed, only one point at a time, one thing at a time, and that done well. That was our prevailed system of education. Yes, the second stage of education for the same student happened here. Despise not numbers and letters. Despise not numbers, because education starts with numbers, not from letters. That is the concept of the Tamilians. Ennum எழுத்தும் இகழே. Do not despise. Despise not numbers and letters. Cease not to learn. ஓதுவது ஒழியேல். படிக்கிறதுக்கு தவறாது. ஓதுவது ஒழியேல். Okay. Forget not helps. Forget not helps. These are all. The moral education is a humbug word. But our Indian system of education itself was moral. Okay. Forget not helps. Nandri marave. Tinaithunayai nandri sei. Panaithunayai kolvar periyo. Explained by Thiruvalluvar in Thirukkural. It may be a very small, but a timely help. You should be treated as a very large tree. That is the character, which leads you to a peaceful life. If you are living in a peaceful environment with a self-contented mind, your family will also be in a peaceful condition. Your neighbors will also, your society, your country, then all the world. So therefore only yadum ure, yavarum kede. All the world is mine, and all the people living abroad are all my kith and kins. That is a saying before Christian era in Tamil. Before Christian era in Changam literature, one famous poet called Kaniyan Pungundranar, Yadum Ure. All countries are mine. all country people are all my kith and kins. That should be developed. If this type of mentality is being created with your education system, absolutely you can live only in peaceful environment. Everything will be peaceful and comfortable for you. After all, you are in search of some comforts for your body as well as your soul. But mostly in the now modern days, what we are doing, we are losing our peace only in search of comforts for our body, not the soul. The education not only comfort your body, no, it may be 20%, but 80% is towards your soul. It has to develop your soul with a high culture, high morality. That is what is called dharma in Indian context. The education, Indian education system is the most powerful, beautiful one for the entire globe. If the human society is really interested in having a peaceful education, a useful education, a worldly education, which can comfort your soul also, they have to select the Indian system of the Thodakkappalli education. The elementary education existed in this country before Lord Macaulay. Okay, this is a second stage. Forget not helps. Sleep on silk cotton bed. Not the original the cotton. She is advocating for silk cotton, which can come not only giving you much comforts, it leads you to a good health also. You can leave, you can go for a better sleep, a comfortable, a strong sleep indeed. Likewise, what are all you can eat, how much you can eat, and age-wise eating, the feeding system was also introduced. Nowadays, the nutritionists, what they are doing, you know, there are much anarchy. But our Indian system was introducing what to eat, how to eat, and how much you eat. For Indian temperature, Indian climate, how to eat. Even Tolkappiyam was introducing how to eat. It is not a cold country. It is almost a tropical country. So how to eat, how much eat, and what to eat, and how to eat. These are all introduced. Motherly tongue, mother's tongue, that is the mother tongue. Hear meaningful talks. You need not go for studying or learning or knowing or understanding or what, but do not hesitate to hear the wise people, the knowledgeable people. He may be an illiterate, but a very good agrarian, agriculturist, a blacksmith. Try to hear him. They are giving you much knowledge rather than your books or of your teachers. That is the advocation given in the second stage of elementary education. The third stage come here to build the character of the person. The young children should be developed with all developments of character also. Do not improper activities. Do not improper activities. Iyalbu aladana saye. Iyalbu aladana saye. Do not go for that. Do not speak deceitful. Vanjaham pese. This is a stage, third stage, in which they have grown up to understand little things about the wordings also. Vanjagam pese, associate with wise, Sandror inathu iru. Always associate with wise people, not with the thugs. There may be some people having animatic activities. Do not go along with them. Associate yourself with wise people. Then you will be molded in a very nice way, wiseful, peaceful. Okay. Do well
Sir,
for everything.
please
Yes,
include your-
I will. I will. Do well. Saivana tirundachai. Do well everything. Do not idle. Sombitriyel. Keep not idle. Do something in your field, in your home, or in your office or wherever you are. Okay. So such are the proper education which can lead the human society towards a peaceful life. And by having a peace, a complete peaceful mind, peaceful body, peaceful family, peaceful relatives, and our neighbors and our society, everything will be peaceful. And we can go for a peaceful life indeed. And by these words, I must once again thank the organizers for trying their level best to lead the society, human society, towards a peaceful life indeed. And thanks to one and all for giving me this opportunity. Nice of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zagira.
We are thankful for your insightful lecture, sir. You have well discussed the role of ancient Indian education system for creating the condition for inner and outer peace as well. Thank you very much. With the permission of Swamiji, I may conclude this session. I welcome you all in the third session of the Annual Peace and Reconciliation Conference. We will be hearing the great thought of the following speakers. Professor Akhtarul Wasi, sir, Advocate George Uthikot, sir, and Professor Baidyanath Lal, sir. Now, most respectfully, I would like to invite Professor Akhtarul Wasi, sir. Professor Akhtarul Wasi, born in 1951 at Aligarh, UP, completed his education from AMU and later on served in the Department of Islamic Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, for more than 38 years, 25 years as a full-fledged university professor. He was the head of the Department of the Islamic Studies, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Language, and Director, Zakir Hussain Institute of Islamic Studies. He is the first professor of Islamic Studies in India, decorated with Padma Shri, awarded the Fulbright Fellowship, and awarded honorary degree of Doctorate of Letters and Divinity by the Integral University, Lucknow, and Henry Martin Institute, Hyderabad, respectively. He is the first professor of emeritus in the field of Islamic Studies in India. He has held the constitutional position of National Commissioner for Linguistic Minorities in India. He has to his credit 40 edited, translated, and original books in Urdu, Hindi, and English. He has recently completed his 2 tenures as president of Maulana Azad University, Jodhpur. He has been a part of more than 7 international visits to attend semi-academic and interfaith programs. He has also served as secretary created by UNICEF.
बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं सबसे पहले हिज होलीनेस स्वामी जी की खिदमत में सलाम पेश करता हूं और विष्णु मोहन फाउंडेशन के जिम्मेदारों को इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने ऐसे अच्छे विषय को चुना इस दफा की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए। शिक्षा और ज्ञान की प्राप्ति केवल मेटेरियलिस्टिक गेन्स के लिए नहीं होती, बल्कि वो व्यक्तित्व के निर्माण, आचरण की सभ्यता और समाज में एक सभ्य व्यवहार के लिए होती है। हमें इस बात को नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि हमें जो शिक्षा और ज्ञान की प्राप्ति का हुक्म दिया गया है वो इसीलिए दिया गया है। लेकिन आज देखने में कुछ और मिल रहा है। आप वो देश जो दुनिया को सभ्यता और लोकशाही का सबक पढ़ाते हैं, बहुत शिक्षित माने जाते हैं, ज्ञान में उन्हें उच्च कोटि का समझा जाता है, जैसे अमेरिका, हम देखते हैं कि दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा जो हथियार बन रहे हैं और बिक रहे हैं वो वहीं से बन रहे हैं और बिक रहे हैं। तो असल में बात यह है कि शांति को अशांति में बदलने के लिए आजकल ज्ञान का और शिक्षा का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। आज इसलिए विष्णु मोहन फाउंडेशन जैसे संस्थाएं जो हैं वो अगर आगे आके इस बात को दुनिया को बताएं कि शिक्षा और ज्ञान जो है वो काहे के लिए है, वो मानव निर्माण के लिए है, वो सामाजिक उत्थान के लिए है, वो शांति को स्थापित करने के लिए है, वो ईर्ष्या, कलह और संघर्ष के लिए नहीं। इस बात को हमें खूब समझना चाहिए। हमें ये मानना चाहिए कि वो शिक्षा जो आध्यात्म के बगैर है वो कभी भी कामयाब नहीं हो सकती। यहाँ पे अभी मुझसे पूर्व वक्ता जो थे वो एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे थे, बच्चों को किस तरह शिक्षित किया जाए और ज्ञान उन्हें दिया जाए उसके बारे में बात कर रहे थे। मैं एक मिसाल हिंदू धर्म से देना चाहता हूं। हम सब जानते हैं कि शिव और पार्वती के 3 बेटे थे। जब उन्होंने माँ और बाप के सामने नमन किया और उनसे वरदान चाहा तो क्या कहा उन्होंने? बाप ने कहा, शिव जी ने कहा कि जाओ दुनिया का भ्रमण करके आओ और उसके बाद हमसे वरदान लेना। दोनों चले गए, लेकिन गणेश जी कैसे जाते जी? हाथी का सर, चूहे का बदन, एक बड़ा कठिन सवाल था और जटिल समस्या थी। उन्होंने थोड़ी देर के बाद बाप के कदमों में नमन किया और कहा कि मुझे वरदान दिया जाए। उन्होंने कहा, हमने कहा था दुनिया का भ्रमण करके आओ। उन्होंने कहा, आपने देखा नहीं, मैंने अभी पार्वती माँ के गिर्द चक्कर लगाया है और मेरी दुनिया जो है वो मेरी माँ है। असल बात जो है ये इस तरह की जब तक सोच हम अपने बच्चों में डेवलप नहीं करते हैं और उनको इस काबिल नहीं बनाते हैं, बात नहीं बनती। ये है शिक्षा, ये है ज्ञान, ये है वो सभ्यता जो और आचरण की सभ्यता जो कि इंसान को समाज के अंदर शांति स्थापित करने के लिए आमादा करती है। ये है असल चीज जिसको समझना चाहिए। नबी करीम अलैहिस्सलातु वस्सलाम जो इस्लाम के ईश दूत हैं, उन्होंने हमें कहा है कि इल्म हासिल करो, यानी ज्ञान की प्राप्ति करो, माँ की गोद से लेकर कब्र तक। हम समझते हैं वो काहे के लिए है? वो इसीलिए है कि इंसान जो है वो इंसान को इंसान की तरह देखे, अपने से नीचे न समझे, अपने से कमतर न समझे। और सारी दुनिया में झगड़े और लड़ाइयां जो हैं वो 2 ही वजह से होते हैं। या तो आप दूसरे को अपने बराबर का नहीं समझते या फिर दूसरे से आप एक तरह से जो मुकाबला करते हैं उसमें उसको हर सूरत में पराजित करना चाहते हैं। असल चीज ये नहीं होनी चाहिए, बल्कि एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन होना चाहिए। उसमें एक दूसरे के लिए प्यार का, सम्मान का, आदर का हमें एक तरह से ख्याल रखना चाहिए। आज की दुनिया में जो सारी समस्या पैदा हो रही है वो ये हो रही है कि हमने जो शिक्षा और ज्ञान है उसको केवल मेटेरियलिस्टिक गेन्स के लिए सीमित कर दिया है, जिसकी वजह से सारी समस्याएं पैदा हो रही हैं। जो इस्लाम धर्म है या भारतीय परंपरा है, उसमें धार्मिक परंपरा, उसमें जो आध्यात्म का स्थान है उसको एक तरह से हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए और नहीं नजरअंदाज करना चाहिए। असल में जब तक हम धार्मिक परंपराओं को और आस्था को और एक तरह से आध्यात्म को केंद्रित करके अपनी शिक्षा और ज्ञान को एक तरह से लोगों तक पहुंचाने का जरिया नहीं बनाएंगे, दुनिया के अंदर इसी तरह की समस्याएं पैदा होती रहेंगी। इसलिए जरूरत इस बात की है कि हम आध्यात्म को जरूर जगह दें। आध्यात्म का क्या मतलब है? आध्यात्म का मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे नीति है और हमारी नैतिकता है वो मूलभूत तौर पे सामने रहनी चाहिए। हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि हमें जो आदमी है वो काहे के लिए पैदा किया गया है। शायर के लफ्जों में, दर्द दिल के वास्ते पैदा किया इंसान को, वरना तात के लिए कुछ कम न थे कर रो गया। जो सबमिशन है, ओबीडियंस है, पूजा अर्चना है, उसके लिए फरिश्ते मौजूद थे, लेकिन इंसान को जो पैदा किया गया है वो दर्द दिल के वास्ते पैदा किया गया है। अगर उसके दिल में दूसरों के लिए दर्द नहीं है, दूसरों के लिए एक तरह से प्यार नहीं है, दूसरों के लिए सहायता का जज्बा नहीं है, तो उसकी वो कितना ही शिक्षित हो, क्यों कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। दिल्ली के आखिरी बादशाह बहादुर शाह जफर ने एक बात कही थी, वो बात आज बिल्कुल सच है और हमेशा की तरह सच है। वो क्या है? उसने कहा था, जफर आदमी उसको न जानिए वो हो कैसा ही साहिब फहमोदा का। ये जफर उस आदमी को आदमी मत समझो, वो चाहे कितना ही बुद्धिमान हो, कितना ही ज्ञान वर्धक हो और कितना ही शिक्षित शिक्षा प्राप्त कर चुका हो, जो कि क्या जफर आदमी उसको न जानिए वो हो कैसा ही साहिब फहमोदा का, जिसे ऐश में याद खुदा न रही, जिसे तैश में खौफ खुदा न रहा। जो भोग विलास में के वक्त अपने खुदा को भूल गया और जो क्रोध में अपने खुदा को भूल गया, ऐसे आदमी को आदमी नहीं जानना चाहिए। तो असल चीज ये है कि वो शिक्षा जो आदमी को आदमी बना है वो असल चीज है, उसकी हमें जरूरत है। और वही सही मानों में अगर उसमें आध्यात्म का एक तरह से आध्यात्म का मौजूद है, तो फिर बुनियादी तौर पे जो शांति है, आष्टी है, अमन है, भाईचारा है, वो कहीं जाने वाला नहीं है। इस बात को हमें खूब समझना चाहिए। हमें ये भी मान के चलना चाहिए कि जो शांति है वो शांति शमशान के सन्नाटे को नहीं कहते हैं, बल्कि शांति इसको कहते हैं जिसमें हर आदमी को आजादी के साथ अपने जीवन को गुजारने का, बगैर किसी दूसरे को नुकसान पहुंचाए और बगैर किसी को तकलीफ पहुंचाए, कि हमें मौका मिले। शिक्षा और शांति जो है उनका एक दूसरे से जन्म जन्मांतर का रिश्ता है, लेकिन याद रखिए वो शिक्षा जिसमें आध्यात्म न हो वो किसी काबिल नहीं होती है, बल्कि इंसान को वो एक तरह से, माफ कीजिएगा, जानवर बना देती है। हमें इस चीज को खूब समझना चाहिए। शिक्षा और आध्यात्म जो है उनको एक दूसरे के साथ जोड़कर और उसके साथ एक दूसरे को मिलाकर आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए और अपने आने वाली पीढ़ियों को इसी का दर्श देना चाहिए, इसी का पाठ पढ़ाना चाहिए। हमें ये नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि जो दुनिया के अंदर अशांति फैली हुई है वो धर्म की वजह से नहीं है, बल्कि इसलिए है कि जो धर्म के नाम पे पाखंड हो रहा है हर तरफ, उसके नतीजे में हो रही है। उस पाखंड से बचाने का एक ही तरीका है कि हम शुद्ध आध्यात्म की तरफ जाएं और धर्म की जो सही व्याख्या है और धर्म का जो सही आचरण बताता है उसको हम एक तरह से इख्तियार करें और उस पर अमल करें, उसको लेके आगे बढ़ें, जब ये दुनिया के अंदर अमन हो सकता है। याद रखिए कि ये बात सदा से सच थी, सच है और सच रहेगी कि शक्ति भी शांति भी भक्तों के गीत में है, धरती की वासियों की मुक्ति प्रीत में है। और प्रीत और शांति जो है वो एक दूसरे से अलग नहीं है, एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं एक दफा फिर स्वामी जी और उनके सहयोगियों को बधाई देता हूं, उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने इस सम्मेलन में मुझे भी शिरकत का मौका दिया। ये मेरे लिए इज्जत की बात है, गर्व की बात है, गौरव की बात है। मैं एक बात यहाँ और कहना चाहता हूं, इस दुनिया में जो एक ग्लोबल विलेज बन गई है, इसके अंदर अगर कोई मॉडल दुनिया में काम करना है आध्यात्म के एतबार से, तो वो केवल और केवल हिंदुस्तान का करना है। इसलिए कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर हजारों साल से दुनिया की तमाम जो धार्मिक परंपराएं हैं वो न सिर्फ मौजूद हैं, यहाँ जन्मी हैं और एक साथ रहने की आदी हो गई हैं। तो इस रहने की आदत को दुनिया में हम एक नमूने के तौर पे, उदाहरण के तौर पे पेश कर सकते हैं। और हिंदुस्तान ने जो हमें शिक्षा और आध्यात्म को मिलाकर एक नया सबक पढ़ाया है, नैतिकता का, मानवता का, और एक नई मानसिकता को जिसके अंदर के प्रेम है, जिसके अंदर के एक तरह से शांति का और आस्था का संदेश है, उसको आगे बढ़ाया है। उसकी तरफ दुनिया की तवज्जो दिलानी चाहिए और उसके लिए जरूरी है कि पहले हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जो एक तरह से कुछ शक्तियां एक दूसरे को लड़ाने की कोशिश करती हैं, उनसे हमें एक तरह से आग्रह करना चाहिए कि वो हिंदुस्तान की बदनामी का सामान न करें। याद रखिए, हिंदुस्तान वो दुनिया की अजीम विरासत है, धरोहर है, जिसमें के याद इस बात मैंने शिव जी से शुरू की थी, आप इजाजत दीजिए कि मैं उस पर ही खत्म करूं। जब सागर मंथन हो रहा था सृष्टि की रचना के वक्त, तो राक्षस अमृत ले भागे थे। ऐसे वक्त में शिव आए भोलेनाथ बनकर, उन्होंने उस विष को जो मानवता के विनाश के लिए छोड़ गए थे राक्षस, उसको उन्होंने खुद कंठ ग्रहण किया, भोलेनाथ से नीलकंठ बन गए। आज भी दुनिया को जरूरत है कि हम इसी तरह से अपने आप को दांव पे लगाएं, लेकिन दुनिया को बचाने के लिए, शांति को स्थापित करने के लिए, प्रेम की का बिगुल बजाने के लिए आगे आए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। शिक्षा केवल किताबी ज्ञान नहीं है, शिक्षा तभी महत्वपूर्ण है जब वह चरित्र निर्माण करे। ज्ञान के अनुरूप आचरण द्वारा ही शांति स्थापित हो सकती है। Now I would like to invite George G. Pothicott. George G. Pothicott is 30 years of experience at the bar, including experience in litigation, arbitration, and dispute resolution. Has long experience in commercial, corporate contracts, takeovers, mergers, international taxation, liquidation, investments, joint venture, trusts, and strategy. He is an APCAM certified arbitrator and APCAM international certified mediator. He is director of IIAM and a senior faculty member of the IIAM with experience in handling major negotiations, transactions, mediations. He is on the panel of tutors and mediators of IIAM. He is an Secretary General of the India International ADR Association. You are most welcome, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction. This afternoon, I'm delighted to be with all of you for this peace conference, especially extremely happy that the revered Swamiji and the organizers have invited me to participate and speak on this occasion. Today, I would like to give you a brief background about the history of peace negotiations. As you all are aware, knowing the history behind any subject will give you a completely different perspective of any matter. Suppose you want to go from Madurai to Chennai. If you know the history of the places, if you know the history of the road congress, you will know each and every route. That is, each and every inch of the road. You'll have a perception of it. How many workers were there to build the road? How much land was acquired for the road? In the same way, if you have a history of, and now this whole conference is about negotiation, peace, and such things. Now, if you know a bit of history about peace and negotiations, you will fully understand, and next time you read something in the newspapers or you want to do some negotiation, you will get an entirely different perspective. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to be with all of you for this discussion, especially thankful to the revered Swamiji and the organizers. And ladies and gentlemen, let us start with a bit of history of negotiations for peace. As you all are aware, October 2nd is the birthday of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and it is a wonderful idea that the organizers have chosen this day for a peace conference. The entire world is aware of the contributions of Gandhiji towards nonviolence and peace. I would like to speak on the history of peace negotiations and treaties so that the audience may get an idea on early conflicts and how negotiations for peace concluded in peace treaties. Knowledge of the history of conflicts will help us understand the positions of warring nations and their underlying interests. This would give us a perspective on how negotiations were used as a tool right from ancient times to form agreements for peace. Now, let's see what a peace treaty is. A peace treaty may be defined as a legal agreement between two or more hostile parties, usually countries or governments, which formally ends a state of war between two parties. Peace treaties may be distinguished from peace agreements for the reason that peace treaties involve separate sovereign nation states. Now, the main underlying goal of a peace treaty is to outline conditions for permanent resolution of hostility between two warring parties. Most peace treaties end up following a certain format, often starting with a preamble which simply declares that peace will commence. The famous Treaty of Paris, which ended in the American Revolutionary War with Great Britain in 1783, for example, begins with a preface that declares intentions of both parties to forget all past misunderstandings and differences and secure perpetual peace and harmony. In another case, the Israel-Jordan Treaty of Peace signed in 1994, it includes a preamble which declares termination of the state of belligerency between the two nations. As you all know, the meaning of belligerency. A state of conflict is what I would say, a belligerent state, a state, you all would remember the Cold War, when two factions of the globe, the Soviet faction and the NATO powers, were in a belligerent state. They had missiles facing each other. That is the situation of a belligerent state. So, likewise, the Israel-Jordan Treaty of Peace signed in 94 includes a preamble which declares the termination of the state of belligerency between the two nations. Most often, peace treaties end up being extremely long documents. Therefore, they end up being divided into parts, sections, chapters, and articles. A less complex treaty, however, was the Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905, which ended the Russo-Japanese War, which had no parts or sections, but just 15 articles. Again, another important component of a peace treaty are the signatories, which showcases the conflicting parties' willingness to abide by the document. This is followed by a full ratification process which enacts the treaty as law. In the United States, the US Constitution specifies that the US Senate must agree to ratify the treaty, even though the US president is the person who is allowed to be a signatory. So you must understand, the US stipulates that even if the president who is a signatory has signed it, it has to be ratified by the Senate. As a result, United States is a signatory to many treaties that have not been ratified. So you have to be careful. Have they got signing power? That is one question you need to know about, or the next time you will be aware about. Now, let us see what happens when one party violates terms of a peace treaty. The international community is quick to provide assistance with third-party mediators or meeting space. Let's take an illustration of what happened in 2012. Israel had accused Egypt of violating the terms of their 1979 Sinai Peace Accords. A third-party mediator from the United States met with leaders of the nation to discuss the dispute. Another recourse that can be resorted to is to issue sanctions against a violating party in hopes of deterring future violations. So what you must understand is, if a party violates an agreement, the international community will be quick to step in and try and attempt at mediation, or if they are not succumbing or following the mediation rules or mediation recommendations of third parties, nations will start imposing sanctions on them. US keeps imposing sanctions on various countries for disobeying or violating treaties. There are many larger powers. Great Britain joins in imposing sanctions. Now, with this basic understanding of peace agreements and peace treaties, let us go into what I had said at the introduction. Let us go into the early history of peace treaties. Interestingly, you would know that the first treaty, recorded treaty or a formal treaty, there are treaties before this, which I will explain or which I will discuss. But interestingly, Ramesses II or known as the Great, the Pharaoh of Egypt, who ruled Egypt for 67 years between 1279 and 1213 BC. You must realize that there is no ancient site in Egypt which does not mention the name of Ramesses II and the account of his victory at the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BC. That is legendary. So, among his greatest moments as the king or pharaoh of Egypt is not an act of war, but one of peace, the signing of the first peace treaty in history. So, all of you must remember that the first peace treaty in history was signed by Pharaoh Ramesses II in 1274 BC. And this signing of the first peace treaty, it is so important that that is the origin of various warring nations signing treaties. So while there does not exist an earlier treaty, any other recorded earlier treaties, there is also, we have to learn of the Treaty of Missilim. That is a treaty between the Mesopotamian cities of Umma and Lagash, dated 2550 BC. That is again 1200 years before the Treaty of Kadesh. Scholarly consensus rejects this as an actual piece of treaty and defines it as a treaty of delimitation, meaning a treaty which sets borders or boundaries. For cities to have borders or boundaries. Now, the interesting part about the Treaty of Missilim is that it is not a, see, I was talking about the Treaty of Kadesh as the actual recorded first treaty, but Treaty of Missilim is actually not a written agreement. It is not a written agreement between two rulers, but it is written and shown as if it is an agreement between two gods. That is God Umma and God Lagash. So there's a lot of uncertainty about what or who brought about this document. Whether the rulers referred to the gods of Umma and Lagash, but it is as if two gods are signing the treaty. So, unlike what was signed at Kadesh or whatever other treaties which follow. Now, in the 5th year of the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses II, what he did is he marched from a city of Per-Ramesses towards Syria to secure the city of Kadesh, which is a valuable stop on the trade routes of the day. The Hittite king, Muwatalli II, had been making regular incursions into Egyptian territory for some time, and having now fortified Kadesh, had become more of a threat than a nuisance to Ramesses II. So, young Pharaoh Ramesses marched from his city towards Kadesh. Ramesses II claims a great victory at Kadesh and had a scribe. Those days, Egyptian pharaohs and Egyptian nobles had scribes moving around with them to record whatever edicts they wanted to give. Yeah, you would all recollect in the movie, The 10 Commandments, the famous movie 10 Commandments, how Pharaoh Ramesses, gives his edicts. After when the edict is given, it will be there will be a roll of drums, and as soon when the edict dictation is over, he will say, "So shall it be." That means that is an edict. So Ramesses II, after claiming this victory at Kadesh, had a scribe taken down his account of the glorious, that is Ramesses' account of the glorious battle. However, Muwatalli II's account differed considerably. He's got a different story, the other king. Muwatalli II has got a different story. Most notably is that he set down Kadesh as a Hittite victory and not an Egyptian victory. While Ramesses II failed to achieve his objective of capturing the city, he in fact did break the Hittite army's supremacy on the field. And while Muwatalli retained control of Kadesh, he failed to crush the Egyptians. So the Egyptian incursions by Muwatalli's Hittite army was limited. After the death of Muwatalli II, Hattusili II took the throne of the Hittite Empire in lieu of Muwatalli. And it was under his reign that the world's first peace treaty was signed in 1258 BC, the Treaty of Kadesh, which we are talking about. The Battle of Kadesh, today considered a draw for both sides, was the beginning of the end of hostilities between the two nations, in that eventually the two kings came to realize neither would substantially gain advantage of the other, and the best course to choose was the path of peace. So, by circumstances, again, negotiations fulfill peace there. Then let us fast forward and come to 1215 AD. We have the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta was essentially a peace treaty between King John and his barons or nobles, guaranteeing that the king would respect feudal rights and privileges, uphold the freedom of the church, and maintain the nation's laws. So Magna Carta is what we refer to when we talk of liberties. Liberty is not what we expect liberties as of today. Here, the nobles of England, the barons of England become more free from the reins of the king. They have rights. The rule of law comes into play. The king could not chop off somebody's head without a trial. So Magna Carta is the basis for that liberty. And though it is more of human rights, though the nobles had the treaty, the Magna Carta was signed between the king and the nobles. Finally, the ordinary subject of the kingdom derived these rights from the Magna Carta. So again, the Magna Carta is a Bible of liberty. Then again, fast forward a bit to the end of the 15th century, that is in 1494, we have the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed on June 7th, 1494. This again is a treaty between the governments of Spain and Portugal, called the Treaty of Tordesillas, named after the city in Spain in which the treaty was written. The Treaty of Tordesillas neatly divided the New World. The New World is the Americas. It divided the New World between the two superpowers. Who are the superpowers? Then in 1494, the superpowers were the two European kingdoms or countries of Spain and Portugal. Spain and Portugal divided the New World by drawing a north to south line, just like, taking a knife and cutting it down, of demarcation in the Atlantic Ocean, by which all lands east of that line were claimed by Portugal. All lands west of that line were claimed by Spain. They just divided the Americas in the Atlantic Ocean. Interestingly, Spain and Portugal adhered to the treaty without major conflict between the two, although the line of demarcation was moved an additional 270 leagues further west in the year 1506. The treaty was signed in 1494. They moved it a further 250 leagues to the west in 1506, which enabled Portugal to claim the eastern coast of what is now Brazil. So if that was not removed to the west, Brazil would have gone to Spain. Now, the results of this treaty are still evident throughout the Americas today. For example, all Latin American nations are predominantly Spanish-speaking countries, with the sole exception of Brazil, where Portuguese is the national language. So they are colonial rulers, like India had England as its colonial ruler, and that's why English is spoken here instead of Portuguese or Spanish or German. We have English because English were the colonial rulers under the imperialism of Great Britain. Now, Spain and Portugal were the only signatories of the treaty because at that time they were the only European powers to establish a presence in the Americas. More significantly, however, the Treaty of Tordesillas, which we are talking about, completely ignored the millions of people already living in established communities in the Americas. There are the Incas, there are the Mayas, all those civilizations were living in the Americas, but Spain and Portugal, they are not bothered. They don't even consider themselves as those people as human. They just divided the Americas east and west and took over the thing. Now, interestingly, the treaty also stipulated that any lands with a Christian king would not be colonized. That means there is no land with a Christian king there, but one rider was that any land with a Christian king, because these are Catholic countries, European countries under the Pope. For them, proselytization or evangelization was one of the key elements. So any country with a Christian king would not be colonized. During that time, Christianity had not spread broadly in the Americas. This meant that unless the land was already claimed by a Christian European ruler by the terms of their treaty, Spain and Portugal could claim practically any land they managed to conquer in the Americas. What was the result of this peace treaty? These conquests proved disastrous for civilizations such as Inca, Taino, and the Aztecs and the Mayas. Again, fast forward 200 years, let's go to 1648. We have the Peace of Westphalia. The Peace of Westphalia, signed in 1648, ended the 30 and 80 years wars. The concept of state sovereignty, mediation between nations, and diplomacy all find their origins in the text of this treaty, written more than 370 years ago. This peace, which was actually made up of two different peace conferences, was the first attempt at modern international diplomacy and formally solidified the beginnings of religious toleration from a political perspective. The 30-year war was a conflict between feuding Catholic and Protestant estates within the Holy Roman Empire, which gradually evolved to become a conflict involving most of Europe. Now, the Peace of Westphalia, as it's called, also ended the 80 Years' War, which raged from 1568 to 1648. It was fought over the Netherlands' desire for independence from Spain. Netherlands was under the rule of Spain. So this war was for independence of Netherlands from Spain. So there was a 12-year truce, a ceasefire agreement between both sides, which proved to be short-lived. Fighting resumed in 1621, and from then on coincided with the 30 Years' War until both wars ended in 1648. The peace dealt with many issues, out of which 3 issues were resolved of particular significance. What are the 3 issues? The 3 issues, as I will explain, are religious freedom, introduction of the diplomatic profession, and state sovereignty. Till then, all this is not there. So all these negotiations and treaties have given progress to civilization. Now, with this treaty, we have the beginning of religious freedom, the introduction of diplomacy as a profession. Now you take ambassadors, plenipotentiaries, diplomats for granted. All of us take them for granted. But it is because of this treaty that the profession of diplomacy was introduced. Then you also have state sovereignty. Before that, it was the supremacy of the Holy Roman Emperor. Now you have state supremacy. So let's understand what religious freedom was all about. Religious freedom was solidified by the treaties at Munster and Osnabrück. Before the peace, states viewed all other foreign nations and policies in terms of good and evil. Their own view as good and anything which opposed it as evil. For the 100 years that preceded the treaties of Westphalia, only truces were permissible. Therefore, the treaties of Munster and Osnabrück, which dealt with rivaling nations, were fairly revolutionary. So, before the Treaty of Westphalia, normally it was only a truce, a sort of ceasefire. So, the treaties of Munster and Osnabrück were revolutionary because in those days, normally there were only ceasefires and truces. And this, being a treaty, was a revolutionary thing. Now, once the Peace of Westphalia was ratified by each state's representative, meaning each country's representative, the role of the Christian community of states was replaced by the rule of state consent. You must examine and understand that the role of the Christian community of states was changed to the Christian community's role of the government was changed to the state consent. This treaty completely changed the relations between church and state and established a new precedent whereby states would become sovereign entities, immune from the political pressure from any church. Conversely, since the peace's adoption, Catholics, Lutherans, and Calvinists could practice their faith without any serious intrusion from the emperor. Emperor means the Holy Roman Emperor. So that is as far as religious freedom came into being because of the Peace of Westphalia. Then we have the introduction of the diplomatic profession. So before 1648, war was the accepted means of policy changes. It was the legitimate form of solving conflicts before the peace. But after these treaties were agreed upon, one article of this treaty was that no state, that means no sovereign state, was allowed to be destroyed, and compensation was to be awarded to those states that gave up strategically advantageous possessions. Negotiations could be used as an alternative to war. Then the third part is state sovereignty. Before and during the 30 Years' War, German provinces were under the rule of the Holy Roman Emperor, which controlled the actions of provincial princes. That is, the heads of each state were called the provincial princes, and you had the emperor on top, who controlled all this. The peace of Westphalia Peace Treaty is known as Peace of Westphalia. The peace in turn gave the princes many rights which were previously held only by the emperor. They could ratify peace. What could the princes now do? They could ratify peace treaties, levy taxes, and declare war. And most significantly, war could not be declared by the emperor without the consent of these provincial princes. Many scholars believe that since the settlement at Westphalia, diplomats and those in combat sought victory less and the achievement of favorable peace more. So this was a change from previous medieval political thinking, which centered around a system based on obedience to a central hierarchy, the emperor, to a more modern system wherein leaders recognized the sovereignty of each state and the ability to utilize diplomatic recourses before resorting to war. Now, that was a very important treaty which we had discussed. Now, again, let's go 200 years, 150 to 200 years further. In 1781, what happened? We have the Treaty of Paris in 1781. In the fall of 1781, that is the autumn of 1781, American and British troops fought the last major battle of the American Revolutionary War in Yorktown, Virginia. A combined American and French force led by George Washington. All of you must have heard of George Washington. He was the first president of the United States. He was a founder figure of the United States of America. And the French general, Comte de Rochambeau, completely surrounded and captured British General Charles Cornwallis and about 9,000 British troops. They were surrounded by the French and the American troops during the siege of Yorktown. So after Yorktown, Continental Congress, who was the government of the 13 colonies of America, appointed a small group of statesmen to travel to Europe and negotiate a peace treaty with British. So in 1782, the newly elected British Prime Minister Lord Shelburne saw American independence. You have to be careful how Lord Shelburne saw American independence as an opportunity. Lord Shelburne saw this demand of independence by the Americans as an opportunity to build a lucrative trade practice, a trade alliance with the new nation without the administrative and military costs of running and defending the colonies. So he thought like a trader. British interests were commercial. But if you have to have a colony, there is a cost of administration, there is a cost of military, there is a there's cost of ruling the country, of running the colonies. You have to collect the tax, all efforts. But in trade, it is a straightforward deal. It is for them to sell you the product or buy your product. So Lord Shelburne saw this as a business opportunity, and the treaty was signed by Franklin, that is Benjamin Franklin, Adams and Jay, which was finalized on September 3rd, 1783, and ratified by the Continental Congress on January 14, 1784. So, though the Treaty of Paris formally ended the War of Independence between America and Great Britain, tensions continued to rise between the two nations over issues that remained unsolved by the treaty. So this treaty, even though ended the war, didn't resolve all the problems. So in 1795, John Jay, one of the signatories to the treaty, returned to Europe to resolve these issues with Great Britain. The resulting agreement, known as Jay's Treaty, helped to delay another costly war between the two countries. Then, again, 100 years later, we have the Congress of Vienna. Emperor Napoleon was defeated in May 1814, and Cossacks marched along the Champs-Élysées into Paris. The victorious great powers of Russia, Great Britain, Austria, and Prussia invited the other states of Europe to send plenipotentiaries to Vienna for a peace conference. At the end of the summer, emperors, kings, princes, ministers, and representatives converged on the Austrian capital, crowding the walled city. The first priority of the Congress of Vienna was to deal with territorial issue and a configuration of German states, the reorganization of Central Europe, and territorial transfers in Scandinavia along with the borders of Central Italy. Though the Allies came close to blows over the partition of Poland, by February 1815, they had averted a new war thanks to a series of adroit compromises. So again, negotiation comes into play. These compromises are all part of negotiation. Negotiation for peace is what I'm saying. There had been other pressing matters to settle: the rights of German Jews, the abolition of slave trade, and navigation on European rivers, not to mention the restoration of the Bourbon royal family of France, Spain, and Naples, the constitution of Switzerland, issues of diplomatic precedence, and the foundation of a new German confederation to replace the Holy Roman Empire. So many things happened in the Congress of Vienna. Again, that was a negotiation, result of negotiation. In March 1814, in the midst of all these negotiations, Napoleon escaped from the Isle of Elba, his place of exile, and reoccupied the throne of France. He escaped and went and sat back on the throne of France. The Allies banded together once again and defeated him decisively at Waterloo on June 18, 1815. To prevent France from ever becoming a threat to Europe, they briefly entertained the idea of dismembering it, to dismember France into pieces and divide it amongst the countries, just as they had done to Poland a few decades earlier. In the end, however, French got away with a foreign military occupation and by payment of heavy war reparations. Napoleon was shipped to St. Helena, a forlorn British possession in the South Atlantic, where he stayed out of mischief until his death. Then, in 1990, you have the important Treaty of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in June 1990 at the Palace of Versailles in Paris at the end of the World War, codified peace terms between the victorious Allies and Germany. So, in a speech to Congress in January 1918, Wilson laid out his idealistic vision for the post-war world. In addition to specific territorial settlements based on an Entente victory, Wilson's so-called 14 points emphasizes the need for national self-determination for Europe's different ethnic population. Wilson also proposed the founding of a general association of nations. Now you can see where the United Nations is coming from. That would mediate international disputes and foster cooperation between different nations in the hopes of preventing war on such a large scale in the future. The organization eventually became known as the League of Nations. Later on, it would become the UN. The European allies imposed harsh peace terms on Germany, forcing the nation to surrender around, after the First World War, Germany was forced to surrender 10% of their territory and all its overseas possessions. These were the reparations they had to suffer. And this was the reason for Second World War. Other key provisions of the Treaty of Versailles called for demilitarization, occupation of the Rhineland. That means foreign armies will occupy Rhineland. Limited Germany's army. They could have only so many standing members in their standing army and navy, forbade it to maintain an air force, and required it to conduct war crime trials against Kaiser Wilhelm II, their emperor, and other leaders for their aggression. Most importantly, Article 231 of the treaty, better known as the War Guilt Clause, forced Germany to accept full responsibility for starting World War I and pay enormous reparations for Allied war losses there. So, with this history, you can see that all these are based on negotiations for peace. Now, from the various peace treaties, we can realize that negotiations in various forms were the game changer throughout. We realize that these negotiations were basically using the approaches. Now, this is where I would, at the end of my lecture, why I have given you an history of negotiations is to show you that these negotiations were basically using the approaches of competition, collaboration, compromise, avoidance, and accommodation. So we have, your takeaway from this lecture would be, when you negotiate, whether it is for world peace or a fight between an argument between a husband and wife or with your neighbor, the basic approach for negotiation, and this is a winning formula, if you apply these negotiations with the spirit of collaboration, compromise, avoidance, and accommodation, that would be good diplomacy, would involve negotiation, which would give you lasting results. The disputants should examine the root of the problems, be empathetic, and collaborate with the opposite side to find creative solutions acceptable to everyone. Now, this formula should be the basic guideline for negotiating for peace. Thank you so much. And I enjoyed this time with you, and I'm grateful to the organizers, especially Swamiji, for inviting me to speak. Namaste.
We are grateful for your thoughtful lecture, sir. It really enlightened us. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Professor Baidyanath Labh, sir, Vice Chancellor, Navnalanda Mahavihar Nalanda and University of Leh. Professor Baidyanath Labh was honored with Rashtra Bhasha Samman by the Jammu Kashmir Rashtra Bhasha Prachar Samiti in 2009 and was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Institute for Environment, Yoga and Social Security, New Delhi, in the same year. He was also honored as Somayaji Ritvik by the Hindi Sahitya Sammelan Prayag, which was conferred on him for his service to Hindi literature in 2004. He was honored with the title Dharma Vibhushan by International Federation of Astrology and Spiritual Sciences, Chandigarh, India, and Matara, Sri Lanka in 2005. He has recently been honored with Dr. Beni Madhab Barua Memorial Award 2018. He founded the Indian Society for Buddhist Studies in the year 2000, the Academic Association of Buddhist Studies, which is the national academic forum of senior as well as budding scholars of Pali and Buddhist studies. Needless to say, the ISBS has created active interest amongst the scholars towards Buddhist learning and has helped Buddhist studies to develop as a frontline academic discipline in India. You are most welcome, sir.
Most Venerable Swami Hariprasad Ji and other distinguished scholars, lovers of Bharatiya culture and Sanatan Dharma. It is a proud moment for me to be a part of this seminar, though through online mode due to ill health, on the theme Right Education is the Key to Peace, with the blessings of Swamiji. Education, as understood in the ageless Sanatan tradition, is a means to literacy in the beginning, as it enables us to have access to the treasure of knowledge enshrined in the Vedas and their successive literatures, Buddhism, Jainism, and other sacred texts. It results in generating knowledge of the history, culture, societal construction, etc., and above all, to the understanding of deeper meaning of Dharma. Education in Bharatiya system of life is not limited to textual knowledge only, but essentially to the practice upon the same in our day-to-day life. The popular definition of education is said to be Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. It removes illiteracy first, and if taken in proper way, it leads ultimately to liberation, moksha, from all sorts of ignorance, causing various bane and sorrows, mundane as well as supramundane. There has been tremendous progress in the field of education. Modern science and technology, including computer, internet, etc., have brought the human civilization to a revolutionary phase when we are scaling even the space. We have successfully overcome the pandemic of COVID-19 to a large extent. So is the case with various other diseases, revolution in transportation and communication. We are a happy lot to enjoy the materialistic and worldly achievements. But what about the suffering humanity? Why we have become so much individualistic? Why do we are not willing and caring for others? Bharat has never been devoid of such progresses. Aryabhatta, Varahamir, Nagarjun, Charak, Sushrut, Jivak, etc. are glaring examples who discovered many unknown facts about the nature, invented remedies and medicines to cure diseases, but the motto of well-being of the society always remained an essential part of education. Scientific temper of education, however, remains incomplete unless it moves with the objective of doing good to the society. Bharat has always believed in non-violence, friendliness, compassion, accommodativeness, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, democratic temper, to listen to others' views even if they are opposite in nature. This is the reason it does not advocate for education which is devoid of such human values. It always believes in education with sensitivity towards the problems and hardships of others. It promotes the notion of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. If education is imparted with such an aim and objective, it will be able to understand others' suffering and find out lasting solution with mutual cooperation. This is indeed a proper way to peace. I congratulate Venerable Swamiji for choosing such a wonderful theme for the conference, which is always relevant and shows the proper path to humanity. Let humanity prevail and Bharat guide the world with this concept of right education. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful lecture, sir. Now, with the permission of Swamiji, I may conclude this fruitful session. We learned a lot. Thank you very much, the dignitaries and all the participants. Thank you very much. Over to Raviji.
Good afternoon, everybody in India, and good evening to all invitees and participants from Southeast Asia, and a very well good morning to all people from the Europe and North American continent. We just concluded the third session of the Conclave of Academics, and we move on to the session 4, which of the same Conclave Academics. We start off with Professor Ravichandran Murthy, who will be speaking next. Dr. Murthy is an associate professor and former head of international relations research cluster research center for history, politics, and international affairs, University of Kapangasan, Malaysia. He teaches and researches international relations, security studies, and bioethics. He has a particular interest in Indian philosophy and ethics. He has written more than 100 academic works in numerous publications, including an edited book on conflict resolution perspectives for Indian philosophy and traditions, published in 2018. He was appointed as the Professor of Honor at Zhejiang Normal University, China in 2017 for his scholarly contributions to China Belt and Road initiatives. He also serves as an adjunct professor of the American University of Sovereign Nations, United States. He is currently the president of Asian Bioethics Association. He was appointed as visiting scholar to the Southeast Asia Studies Program, University of Puget Sound, Tacoma, Washington, United States, and a fellow of the Salzburg Global Seminar, Salzburg, Austria. He has consulted for many organizations, including the Institute of Diplomatic Studies, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Timor-Leste, UNESCO Bangkok, South Korean Embassy, and many Malaysian agencies. He has established wide networking with many agencies throughout Asia Pacific and was invited as a keynote speaker in many conferences worldwide. Professor Murthy.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Dr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan. Good evening, everybody. The time here is 7:30 in the evening. Malaysia is 2.5 hours ahead of India. Okay. At the outset, let me thank Swamiji and also the Vishnu Mohan Foundation for this invitation to speak. It is always a pleasure to be among thinkers and philosophers, and also religious personalities of India and also elsewhere. I was listening throughout yesterday as well as today, and the deliberations has been very insightful, thought-provoking, quite interesting. The two speakers before me the advocate. Um, he was his speech was very interesting, brought us to the realm of international law and international relations, which is an area which I've been working on for the last 25 years. I teach international relations and security studies at my university in Malaysia. And so the last 25 years, I've been dealing with war and conflict and crisis all over the world. And of course, when we talk about conflict and crisis, the flip side of the coin is actually peace. So the idea of security studies is study about security. And the other part of security study is strategic studies, which is the study of what are the strategies to employ in order to bring from security to move from insecurity to security. So I think that is also the general theme of this conference, which is actually peace and reconciliation and confidence building. This is a topic which is very close to my heart, and I've been dealing with that topic for many years now. And my presentation today is essentially about a paper that myself and a few other of my colleagues in Malaysia have written in a journal called Sustainability. It's a Switzerland-based journal called Sustainability. And in that journal, in our journal article, we have introduced a concept of integrated education, which is the integration of bioethics principle into value-based education as a model or a framework for a peace education or a peace curriculum. So I'm here to speak a bit on that aspect of that paper today. I will share my slides, if I may.
Shyam, could you give him access to present?
Right, I'm unable to share. Let me try doing it again. Right. All right, are you all able to see my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just put it into screen. Okay, the topic of my presentation today is societal peace through the integration of bioethics principles and value-based education. What is bioethics principle? Bioethics is a division of the study of ethics and morality that takes into consideration few principles, such as the principle of autonomy, principle of justice, principle of beneficence, and also the principle of non-maleficence. So these are the four underlying foundational principles of bioethics, and we see bioethics being widely used in the field of biomedical sciences. But I think over the last several decades, the idea and the principles of bioethics have permeated into other forms of sciences, including the areas of new technology, emerging new technologies, and also to a certain extent into social sciences as well, especially in philosophy, and also in the field of development studies. Then the second part is actually value-based education. This is another, this is not new for those know about education. This is the inculcation of values into the education system. Like in Malaysia, we have the inculcation of value in our school curriculum, but of course, the values are being taught separately in the form of a civic or moral education. I'm sure that the similar situation is also prevalent in many other countries. Let me move on to the next slide. Right, I'm just going to start here by talking about societal chaos. I think the presenters yesterday and also today, established the concept of conflict and crisis, and also disparity in society. And from a philosophical religious angle, I think some speakers from yesterday's session spoke about the what do you call that, the feeling of anger as being the basis of conflict, of chaos, which is very true as well. Okay, so there is an element, a religious element, there is a psychological, attitudinal element to societal chaos, and also there is a sorry, there is also a structural as well as a socio-economic deprivation element to whenever we talk about chaos and also disparity in society. And this disparity essentially exacerbated or rather manifests itself through hatred, through conflicts, that divide individuals within community, within families. They can also divide individuals within societies and also countries. Countries are divided. Parts of countries are divided because of the hatred and conflict. And why? What is the reason for this social tension? Is basically because of incompatible goals. Number one, of achieving certain desired objective, which was clearly mentioned by our speaker 2 speakers ago. And there is also another component when we talk about social tensions, is the idea of relative deprivation. The feeling of social tension happens when a group of people within a society or within a country feels they are being deprived, marginalized, or being oppressed for social, cultural, political, and sometimes due to identity. The inability to comprehend and reconcile identity within a particular society. We see that happening in Hong Kong at this point of time. The mainland Chinese, the identity of the mainland Chinese is essentially the identity to achieve global eminence, global power. But the identity of the Hong Kongers, all right, especially now, although they have merged, Hong Kong has become a special administrative zone of China. We see that the people in Hong Kong have distanced themselves from speaking Mandarin or embracing certain identity of the mainland. So this is another issue that we have within the society or within a group of people who speak the same language or who have same ethno-religious background. Okay, so social tensions lead to social conflicts. All right, and especially when tensions are not mitigated well, they are not managed or they are not resolved, and there is an absence of conflict resolution methodologies or techniques or mechanism in place in order to resolve these conflicts. And that also exacerbate what we call negative beliefs and attitudes that manifest in the form of, again, hatred, intolerance, stereotype. Now we find that if you are from a particular region and therefore you should have this kind of tendencies. So stereotype, and this is very one of the main reasons for ethnic conflicts around the world. Stigmatization and fear of the other. And it can also be historical memories. Like, for example, the Holocaust. The Holocaust is a historical memory of Jews wherever they are, right? And these historical memories can be used to garner group solidarity. Whenever there is a politician or there's a leader who wants to do it, they will play the the history card, they will play the religious card, they will play the linguistic card in order to get everybody together, all right, to a common cause. And this is very dangerous. We have seen this happening all over the world. And the argument I'm trying to present here is the present conflict resolution methodologies in a society. Of course, in a larger country or international system, we also have certain structures, all right, certain structures to mitigate conflict situation. But these structures are sometimes not so effective because at an international relation level, the primary actor is always the state, all right? So if India and Sri Lanka have some border issues, like for example, all right, and they can bring it to the ICJ, International Court of Justice, or they can go to some kind of maritime arbitration like ITLOS. But the decision to go to these arbitration bodies are solely dependent on the countries concerned, and nobody can force these countries to go to arbitration. The Kashmir issue is one important element that you see that the inability of states to use international systems in order to resolve their disputes. Malaysia and Singapore, we have a dispute because we were part of Singapore was part of the Malay Kingdom at one time, and because of the separation, we found that there are some what do you call that, overlapping maritime issues that we face. But we decided to bring it to ICJ, and we lost. All right, but we had similar problems with Indonesia as well over some dotted islands in the Sulu Seas, and in that we won. Okay, so I think the systems in international relation is there, and because countries, by being modern states and members, they are supposed to take action, or they are supposed to embrace international norms, right, by being member of international bodies. Like, for example, if you have maritime issues, India have maritime issue. If India is a member of the UNCLOS, which is the UN Convention on the Laws of the Sea, then the laws of the sea dynamics and also the maritime, what do you call that, elements and structures and the procedures will come into play to settle any disputes. But when you go to a societal level, when you go to an individual and societal level, which has religious, ethnic, and also socio-economic disparity coming together, the problems. We find it everywhere. In India, even in Malaysia now, identity politics is a big issue. So in this kind of situation, we find that the absence of a particular structure. We find some level of domination of the majority or the minority, and this exacerbates so much of problem. Okay, so why it happens at a societal level, all right, despite living together for centuries. Now, my next slide talks about what we call the peace curriculum in schools. Now, although all faith systems and school curriculum emphasize some degree of peaceful coexistence, love, compassion, the real world situation, but the real situation is indeed quite bad. It's indeed quite abysmal. All right. The conventional approach in managing social conflicts has been utilized by two approaches. One is what we call the material approach and the ideational approach. Now, I just want to introduce you to the concept. The material approach says that social tensions and conflict occur when systemic expression of inequality among groups in society can negatively impact group dynamics. All right. This is quite common. All right. In any way, we can use examples from mainland India. We can use examples from most of the places when you have minorities living in the midst of a majority, and when the democratic system is not strong enough, we find that some level of oppression happens. Either it is the form of political oppression, or political marginalization, or socioeconomic marginalization, or religious marginalization, or marginalization because of interpretation of history. All right. So therefore, you find that the inability of these small groups of people or the minority groups in order to integrate into what we call a nation building process. All right, into a nation building process. I have seen that in certain countries in Southeast Asia, the diaspora Indian community maintain very strongly their Indianness, all right? Their Indianness compared, I mean, they are also integrating, but integrating to a lesser level. For them, being of that faith, adorning the Indian attires, and it's important. Speaking the language also important, but English has overtaken in many. My children have lost the language as well. All right, but we still go for Tamil movies or Hindi movies and watch. Although I understand well, but the generation after me, probably the absorption rate because of the exposure is less. I think there is a tightening of the identity of the mainland. Okay, especially in the use of language, the use of the education system. In terms of identity, the expression of identity. I think this is one of the main thing that we find that of the diaspora community elsewhere as well. And groups can also see economic marginalization. We call it socio-economic deprivation. The true sense of the problem is usually some economic element. If the economic element is not there, then the other element may not surface that well. I will give you an example of many countries, like for example, I mean, I'm not sure whether you know where is Aceh. Aceh is actually a province in Indonesia, in the island of Sumatra. All right, so if you can imagine the Southeast Asia, Sumatra, the topmost of the island, and that is where the epicenter of the tsunami, the Asian tsunami, started. We find that the people there, they are also Indonesian people, but they are Acehnese, and they feel that they are more Muslims than the rest of Indonesia. So therefore, they do not want the domination of Jakarta. All right, because Jakarta is controlled by an ethnic group of called the Javanese, right? People from Java. They are very influential. So they do not want the control of the Javanese people. So therefore, they request or they fought for very long for what we call an autonomous region. All right, and now they have the autonomous region. So where the Islamic law is practiced in that region. Okay, so you have within a polity. All right, despite the fact that you speak the same language or have similar ethno-linguistic or what we call primordial features, all right, that means you have blood relation, but yet you can be different as well. That is the the second point, the conventional approach. Right? That is a material approach. The ideational approach is basically about the idea of oppression. All right, claims that the civic or moral education and religious inculcation through formal and informal mechanism may offer remedies for managing social tensions. And this is the whole idea. They say that if you have religious education, then therefore it can remedy the situation. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world, even in India, not in Malaysia. All right, somehow or other, there's some problem in the inculcating of the religious the approach. Why it is not happening, why people are still angry at each other, why people want to kill each other, or are able to mitigate so much of hatred towards one another. This is another story, another area of research that we need to look at. Now, what are the arguments from this paper? It's basically, we argue in this paper that both approaches have been less effective in providing a credible platform for peace and harmony enhancement in society. All right. In response, what the paper proposes is what we call an integration of the bioethics and also value-based education principle into the education curricula. I will just explain to you what these two elements are. The question that we ask is, can the naturalistic and altruistic logic of bioethics enhance divine and human-centered values in enabling social cohesion? All right, one, you have social chaos. All right, what is desired is actually social cohesion. It may not be integration or assimilation, but also to the ability to just live together, embrace peace. That is the first step, and to me, that in any societies that is enough. All right, you go beyond that, then it sometimes becomes problematic. Now, what is the proposition that we are telling? Is actually by integrating the 4 principles of bioethics, which is autonomy, non-maleficent, beneficent, and justice, into the value-based education system, learners are able to internalize the value. So what bioethics does, it helps to internalize the values of social cohesion, the idea of tolerance and acceptance, all right, and the idea of living together, all right, existing together, all right, and also reflects on these values as their learning experience. The value-based education is to make learners aware that the world consists of a community of independent nations, all right? India is a nation state, but India consists of many independent nations, all right, which is actually demarcated, what do you call that, using linguistic lines, like for example, all right, Malaysia is a nation state of three major nations, which is the Indian nation, the Chinese nation, and the Malay nation. So I think this is the realization, right? Although we go for nationality or nationalism or patriotism, but the identification or the recognition of belonging to a nation is very important. The identity is important. And when we say that you want to merge together, you forget your identity, you become merged to identity of a majority, doesn't work. Probably in the case of Indonesia, but that also it doesn't work 100%. All right, where Chinese change their names and they lose their mother tongue. They embrace universal Indonesian names, like the famous badminton player Rudy Hartono, who played against Prakash Padukone, if I'm not mistaken. He's a Chinese, all right, but he has this name, a national Indonesian name. All right, so so it's an independent country, and the survival and well-being of the human race depends on what we call a mutual cooperation. Now, the bioethics principle amplify the expression of values promoted in value-based education, and this in turn motivates the learners to change the social conflict behavior into social cohesion. But of course, this is something which is what is desirable, all right, if it happens. Now, social cohesion enables individuals and groups to develop social bonds and societal peace ownership. That means this is very important, that you take ownership of the relations between groups and also between ethnicities in a society. And therefore, whatever decisions and actions that you undertake, you must also consider the ramification of those to the group cohesion. Okay. The next, what is bioethics? I mentioned a bit earlier. It's an interdisciplinary study of ethical, legal, social issues arising from life sciences and healthcare. I mentioned also to you the 4 principles of bioethics. So bioethics can provide naturalistic as well as an altruistic moral reasoning. Okay, this is the key word whenever we talk about values and ethics. It's the concept of moral reasoning, the ability to reason based on certain value sets, which we call morality. Now, there are also what do you call that, communal set morality, which is actually designed by living in societies. It can be a prescribed morality by way of a faith system or a religion. Can also be in terms of norms, all right? In terms of norms of international systems, like for example, all right? Why democracy and human rights is important, embraced by all countries, is because the United Nations, through their multilateral system, have actually promoted the concept of the right to protect, democracy, human rights, and things of that sort. All right. So you need to teach. There are systems that actually the UN teaches the countries how to behave internationally. All right. Okay. So this is something which is quite interesting when we talk about moral reasoning, and also it's adaptive. That it is adaptive to new methodologies and technologies, can offer practical solution, may cushion or neutralize organized faith. And the reason here is sometimes people become agitated when we talk about using moral sets of another religion. If you're a minority and you feel that there is a majority people of a different faith are oppressing you, then therefore anything good comes out of that faith system, you are going to resist. Okay, so therefore, to be neutral, you don't call it a religious sense, right? You call it a bioethical sense. All right, you call it, because they came with a different tradition. All right, different philosophical knowledge system. This is something which we used in my paper. This is what we call the existing value-based education leading to social negativity. Right now, we have the civic or moral education. We also have religious ethics. Like in Malaysia, we have the civic education, which is given, within the school curricula for those who are non-Muslims. And of course, the Muslims, they have their own religious curriculum as well. Okay. Then the existing value-based education at this point of time is too materialistic, I would argue, and countries may change. Malaysia is trying to change into a new system, but I see there's a lot of resistance, not only from the educators but also from the parents. The parents cannot understand why they need to, change the system because it's too exam oriented. The parents, some or other. Similarly, in India, they start tuition very early in Malaysia, right? There's a high level of competition, all right, to get good grades in Malaysia. So when the government, the education system wanted to change this concept to look at what do you call that, personality building, to look at value building, especially among younger children, there is a lot of resistance. Like, for example, if you look at Korea, like, for example, the first few years of the education is about self. It's about how to take care of self, how to not to be obese, like, for example, how to eat good food, how to groom yourself. All right. So from small, they're actually teaching you about how you need to take care of this body. All right. So different ideologies have approaches have come. And also the existing belief system in Malaysia, or in this case, it's a Malaysian case, or it is also applicable elsewhere when you have multiple religion living, coexisting together, is you have religion comes into a school curricula and prescribes and gives prescriptive solution to moral problems. That becomes problematic. And that leads to some level of social negativity, people resisting the system and things like that. So, all right. Now, what we are looking at this. This is a new value-based educational, cultivating social positivity. We look at enhanced civic education. The enhanced civic education basically is value-based education, and we also put in the bioethics principle. And we hope that the new value-based education standards will come about, which now that people will look at the new belief system, all right, and go towards social positivity. And this is my last slide. I just like to explain this a bit. Basically, when we talk about this, let me move this. Okay, we have combined this, the bioethics principle, the principle of autonomy, non-maleficence, beneficence, and justice. And these are the value-based, what do you call that, education, the values in the VBE, which is the value-based. We talk about respect, courage, optimism, cooperation, action, transformation. This comes under autonomy. So what happens when this plus this, you get now these are the value enhancement that you can materialize with this. The ability to show respect to others and express opinion, like, for example. Courage to move out from comfort zone and express opinion. Believe that problems can be managed and solved. There is always a silver line, for all the problems. Believe in team efforts, group dynamics, to solve complex problems. Trusting others. This is confidence building, all right, with responsibility. Take action based on sound moral reasoning, all right. Continuous learning, all right, bringing progressive change for the betterment of others. These are the concept. Then non-maleficence is basically not to do harm, all right. Do no harm, honesty and tolerance. Internalizing the principle of do no harm, all right. This is very important. We may disagree with the other person, but we must refrain ourselves to not to create anything that will further exacerbate right, the situation. This is very important. All right. When we talk about moral teaching, what stops a person from carrying a weapon or from punching the other guy because he doesn't agree with the other guy saying? All right. So I think these are internal moral characters that we need to inculcate through education. I agree with the theme of the conference, and also with Swamiji's propagation over the years. He has also spoken in my university as well. Is the whole idea is actually, how do you reconcile peace? How do you bring a person, with differing views, individual with differing views to a table and talk to each other and go back as friends, okay, and accept the fact that there will be a lot of things that you may not, or rather the group may not agree, all right, and that is okay, all right. Embrace disagreement, all right, as part of life. Then, of course, we have this beneficent. Beneficent looks at what benefits the others, you and also the others and other sentient beings. People focus, values, diversity, responsibility, compassion, friendship, understanding. These are all benefits, all right. Cares for the others that who serves, being thoughtful, respectful, the needs of others, ability to recognize and embrace differences among individuals, celebrate diversity, and this is very important. Celebration of diversity, all right, as a valuable strengthening asset of society. Acting responsibly and avoid undesirable action and behavior, ability to feel concern for the suffering and misfortune of others, ability to show mutual affection between people, okay, able to be sympathetic, towards the feeling of others, all right, and also the principle of justice, of fairness, equality, and inclusion, all right, being fair and respectful in dealing with others, making all persons feel appreciated, and so on. Isolate and exclude unfair prejudices, stereotypes, and obstacles toward others. Okay, this is my last slide. So thank you very much. Oh, there is a conclusion here, sorry. One more slide. All right. So what is the conclusion here? The study has argued that the value sets in the value-based education and bioethics should be incorporated into current curricula to produce good, inclusive, and ethical individuals. So the authors, myself and my co-writers in this paper, are also conscious the fact that the education or schooling system alone is not a singular remedy of conflict. It is a host of systems and methodologies that need to come into play. But having said that, we have to start at the basic level, and which is the schooling system. All right, bioethical value-based model, or this triangulation, all right, between these three elements, all right, and the integration of these value sets of the value-based education and the bioethics principle may help to promote deeper inculcation of values among learners. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mukti, for a very crisp, focused, and insightful presentation. I think in the context of the current polarized world, the content was very relevant. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next speaker. We have now Advocate Uma Ramanathan, who will be speaking next. Advocate Uma Ramanathan enrolled in the bar on 15th of March 1980, and since then practiced on the civil writ and matrimonial jurisdictions in the High Court and other courts in Chennai, and a debt recovery tribunal and consumer courts till 2009 March. Uma was trained as a mediator by Geeta Ravindra, trainer from Virginia, USA in 2006, and later as a trainer also in 2007. She was certified by JAMS as a commercial mediator in September 2013. She has trained advocates as mediators in many parts of India in programs organized by Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Supreme Court of India, and the orientation programs on mediation in the National Judicial Academy and in the Judicial Academy Tamil Nadu for referral judges. Uma has been the organizing secretary of the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center, High Court Madras, since 2010. She's a member of the panel of mediators and judges who drafted the Mediation Training Manual of India as an initiative of the Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Supreme Court of India. Uma has presented papers in various aspects of mediation in national conferences and regional conferences on mediation. Presented paper on restorative justice and mediation in workshop conducted by Criminology Department, University of Madras. Published articles in mediate.com, solutions and future plans for mediation at ADR on respect in mediation. Advocate Uma, it's yours, all yours, Ramanathan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I feel privileged to follow the speaker on bioethics and how education has to change, and how they have a formula for that. First, my pranams to Guruji and to all those who have made this conference possible, because this is a great effort to bring different ideas and creativity into what can be done to make the world a better place. And so I'm really grateful to all those who have made this possible. When we talk about education, generally, the purpose of education seems to be to acquire knowledge or to get skills, to help one to navigate through the societal demands and dynamics of relationships. I was perplexed actually in a program when one of the students, there was an address for students about how they handle their life. And one of the students asked, what subject should I take to be a success in life? Promptly, the speaker said, what do you mean by success? So normally, education is seen today as a tool to get whatever is understood as success. Normally, the success is some material wealth or some material attainment. So, to a great extent, education is seen as a tool for enlightenment in the sense it gives you the skills to get whatever you want, to achieve the goal that you want, empowerment, and informed participation. Actually, the national education policy now talks about emphasis on developing cognitive skills and addressing emotional, social, and ethical dispositions. It's very important because now we've started thinking about emotional, social, and ethical dispositions. Before we go into what is education or what is the right education or how it can help in a conflict, when I was trying to understand how the thought process has been, I found that the great philosopher of whom I have great admiration, Bertrand Russell, says that the goal of education must be wisdom. Now we talk about knowledge and then I find this word wisdom. So I started wondering what is this wisdom that he's talking about. So he says education must be directed at gaining wisdom, for it enables the individual to discern and aid in creating harmony. So that means knowledge is something more than just, wisdom is something more than knowledge because it enables a person to discern. So if it enables a person to discern, it means the person must be able to understand what are the factors that are produced before him and to sift through the facts or data that is available to see what is applicable or what should be of use to that person. So Russell goes on to say that as far as possible, the essence of wisdom is emancipation from the here and now. Now, why does he say here and now? Because it's mostly our emotional state. It is something about which we are getting upset or something about which we are getting frustrated or something about which we have the motivation to do. So the here and now is always very, very important because we apprehend certain things and it is connected to our memory and we start reacting or acting based on that. So are we really, whatever we know, if knowledge is supposed to be to know, whatever we know, is that wisdom? Now, Russell refers to several factors which contribute to wisdom and says that of all those factors, he would put first a sense of proportion. The capacity to take account of all the important factors in a problem and to attach to each its due weight. Now, what does he mean by that? He means discernment. He means an objective look, and that is what is the essence of Ashtavakra Gita. Ashtavakra Gita says you have to be the observer. The observer has to be observed and find out what is happening to that person. Now, there is another person who has dealt with conflict and about wisdom. And he says, once there is some data available, the person must be able to sift through the data and find out what is the relevant information. And that leads to knowledge. But understanding of that knowledge leads to wisdom. Now, when Russ Acroft said that, and he calls it the DIKW triangle, which I have used in conflict resolution workshops also, I was wondering how does this go from data to wisdom? And then I chanced upon what is said in Yoga Vasishta. The sage Vasishtha says that to the unwise, knowledge of scriptures is a burden. To one who is full of desires, even wisdom is a burden. And to one who is restless, his mind is a burden. And to one who has no self-knowledge, his life is a burden. So what is most important is self-knowledge. Now, how do we get this self-knowledge? It is only through inquiry. It is through a stable mind. It is through objectivity. And as Dr. Ravichandran said, this bioethics is in a way what has been suggested by Yoga Vasishtha, in the Yoga Vasishtha by the sage Vasishtha, as 7 stages. He says, first you must have an intention. Then there must be inquiry. Then the mind must be able to settle into a subtle state. Only then the mind will be able to appreciate the reality. And once the mind appreciates the reality, there will be breaking away from whatever is superimposing on this person's thought, and objectivity will happen. Once there is objectivity, there will be clarity on what has to be done. So obviously our education is not today helping us to do all this, because what we are doing is only learning. We are not able to get to the point of what shall I say, self-reflexivity or self-regulation. Now, why is this important? So much has been spoken about autonomy, about a person taking ownership of a situation, of a problem, about a person understanding the consequences of the action. But unless the person has the thought process which helps him or her to reflect on what is the situation, or what is, as J. Krishnamurti says, and to be able to regulate their inner turmoil or break away from what is surfacing from memory and from experience, the person will not be able to have an objective look. And only when there is an objective look, the purpose of education will be accomplished. Generally, we see conflict as an interpersonal, interpersonal exchange, where even if there are 2 parties, they have divergent views and goals, and because of which they are not able to come to some sort of an understanding. It may arise because of their understanding of the situation or because of their experiences. Now, how do we resolve this? Because we are talking about conflict means each one is very sure about their beliefs, about their values, which was spoken about by the earlier speaker also. Now, my values or my beliefs come from my upbringing, from my conditioning, and how I think that certain things have to happen in a particular way. So, if there is a dissonance between 2 of us, and both of us think in the same way, how do we move away from there? For that, again, an objective look has to happen, and for that, there must be valid knowledge. It is surprising that when we talk about knowledge or wisdom, the dictionary gives certain meanings about how these are information and how you are able to sift through that information and use it effectively. Whereas Vedanta, when it talks about knowledge, it has different connotations. It says, first, primarily Vidya, which is, we can say basically to know, or it is valid knowledge and it is intuitive knowledge. Why is it intuitive knowledge? Because we believe in the concept of Dharma. Dharma is something which cannot be defined at all. But depending on the situation, depending on the context, what is possible or what should be done or what ought to happen there is what is conceived as Dharma. So Vidya, in a sense, helps us to understand or have a grasp of the valid knowledge and is intuitive knowledge also. The next concept is Jnana. When we say Vidya, yes, there's a lot of material there which we imbibe and we try to connect with something. But Jnana is something more of knowing and experiencing of what is known. It takes us to the cognitive state where it is more than knowledge. It helps us to understand what is the situation there. It requires consciousness. So there is an element of awareness, there is an element of attention, and there is an element of alignment. So unless we are aware, unless we are focused on what is happening, so attention, and unless there is an alignment or getting it together with the right path, we will not be able to do a proper act. Now, this memory or impressions in the that we have in the subconscious can surface and create various superimpositions. So, Vedanta is very conscious about the impact of experience, whether it is a true experience or whether it is an imagined experience, and says that after one gets this jnana, the real impact is what is called as buddhi. It is intuitive discernment. Unless we are able to sift through the information and see what will be relevant and how it can be done, then there is no reason to have to acquire all this information at all. So after all this comes prajnana, where it is reasoning and inference teaming up with consciousness. So it is something more than wisdom, more than knowledge, more than wisdom. It is a level higher than that, where you feel the impact of whatever is imbibed, whatever is internalized, and an internal harmony sets in because of that, because of which there is no vibration due to the other superimpositions at all. Today, a lot of neuroscience and neurobiology have thrown up information about consciousness, and quantum physics has also thrown up a lot of research on this, and they have all been able to connect it with consciousness. So is our education really connected with this? Unfortunately, it is not. It is because of that conflict is conceived, as one person said, that it is an experienced and expressed struggle between two or more independent parties who feel threatened due to perception of divergent and incompatible goals. There are scarce resources and there are concerns about attaining their goals. Now, what does this mean? I see the other person as a threat. I feel that my space has been occupied, or there is some threat to my the space that I'm entitled to the resources that I'm entitled to, and there is a barrier for me to attain my goals. Why is that? Because I don't have confidence in myself, or I have not realized what I really need. How do I get that? I will be able to get that only when I am able to stop looking at the other person as a threat, but understand what is the dynamics in the relationship between both of us. It is surprising that Sanskrit uses the word samgarsha for this sort of a dissonance. Let's say it's a dissonance, not a conflict. Now, what does samgarsha mean? It means friction, hostility, contest for superiority, and so on. So it's more of an samgarsha is more related to an action arising out of perception of positions. That is why we have this dialogue. What has been propagated by our philosophy is for two persons with divergent views to exchange their views through a dialogue, to help each other to understand the other person's perspective. Whereas a conflict, the word conflict itself shows that both the persons are standing at two ends of a spectrum and are not willing to move forward. Whereas samgarsha shows that yes, there is a difference, there is a friction, there is a sense of hostility, but there is no fear or aggression. There is more of a perception of a position, and a person is prepared to make a change or is aware of one's own stance, and so able to understand the other person's stance also. So it's very, very important that we understand what our philosophy has been propagating. Now, for instance, the Nyaya Shastra says it's important that we understand that valid knowledge comes out of pratyaksha, anumana, upamana, and shabda. Now, pratyaksha is perception, how we perceive a particular thing. I may say this is water if I have a glass of water, but the other person who has come from somewhere else may say, no, I think it is soda. Now, what is my reason to hold it as water, or what is his reason for thinking it is soda? If we are able to have a dialogue, then we may be able to understand each person's perspective. So perception is very, very important. inference, because the whole philosophy is based on negation. You remove each layer and come to a point where, yes, this is the final thing, and then you accept it. And then sometimes it's comparison. We know of something, and if we are able to compare it with that, we are able to get. But the most important thing is Shabda, which is communication, you can say, or the intention in a message that is conveyed. Mostly there may be words that are said, but more than that, what we see is that how one person understands what is the communication there. The reason for a conflict most of the time is because of the misapprehension or misunderstanding of what is being conveyed, or how it is being understood. So once we feel the need for clarity, it is essential for the person to understand that they have to listen to each other and they have to understand where this kind of positioning is coming from. So a dialogue itself is understood as putting forward a proposition, giving the reason for the proposition, giving a cause for the inference, how it can be deducted, and then how to apply it to the particular situation and also feel satisfied with the whole situation. So this is the 5-step process that is being propounded as Pratignyana, Hetu, Udharana, Upanayana, and Nigamana. What better can we have? Because in mediation, what we do is we get the facts, we find out how the construct has happened, how the person has been able to frame that particular situation or the difference of opinion in a particular way. We try to deconstruct, and then once we get into the basics and understand the whole situation, we try to reconstruct the whole thing. So we have enough in our philosophy. I remember, I think it was about 20 years ago when I visited Thailand, and I was visiting the palace, and we had a Buddhist guide with us. I was surprised to see the Ramayana paintings on the walls there. Although it was a little faded, but it was very interesting to see the Ramayana paintings. And when I asked her, she said, "Don't you teach Ramayana in school?" That's the way she pronounced it. She said, "Don't you teach Ramayana in school? It's the most important life lesson." Recently, there have been talks by Dr. Vivek Debroy and the writer Amish Tripathi about why it is essential for children to learn all this and how the education has to change to help children imbibe all the itihasas and Puranas, because they are all lessons that will help them to discern. See, unless a person is able to get the import of the true information, understand what is the import of whatever is said, sieve the information, be attached to a certain extent and at the same time detached. So there is a viveka, there is a vairagya. Only then they will be able to come to a proper conclusion. So although we have all these things in our philosophy, unfortunately, it has not been simplified or it has not been brought into the regular curriculum because we thought that all this is not really necessary. But the concept of dharma and karma are in our DNA. And to a great extent, we understand this ethos of, when we say justice, we always refer to it as only dharma. So dharma is not just a strict code of conduct. It is understanding how this mind construct has happened, being pragmatic about it, understanding the context and time factor which has contributed to that, and then finding out the reason for why they are in this particular situation. As a consequence of sifting through all this information and understanding the mechanics of the brain, Vinod Deshmukh in his article on homokinetic mind says that volition involves brain networks making a series of complex open decisions between alternative actions. So brain is involved in a series of networks which helps in navigating through complex open decisions and understanding the alternatives that are available. Now, how does one understand the alternatives? One will be able to understand the alternatives only if they are able to grasp the information, sieve through what is relevant and discern what is relevant, and then apply it to the particular situation. So it's very, very important today that we move towards an education that helps individuals to think on their own, not just replicate what has been inculcated by way of mugging up or area of following a pattern of training, where you just have to answer a question, the key answer to the question to get proper marks. And then if you get a certain mark, then you get a job. And then if you get a job, then you go on to make yourself, make your life better by achieving various things. At every stage in life, whether one person is learning or one person is working, they have to be able to enhance their skills by being objective, by being creative, and by understanding their self. So we come back to what was said in bioethics, understanding the self, swabhava, understanding what is the need of the self, understanding how the self has to react in a particular situation needs valid knowledge. And for that, one has to understand that just mere learning is not enough. One has to move beyond just receiving information to consciousness of the information and the connection to the particular situation. I would like to conclude by saying that our philosophy has said that practicing of virtues is very, very important. That Shat Sampat, which is, one is Shama, which is contentment. Second is Dhamma, being responsible for whatever sense images we get and how we use it. Upariti, withdrawing in the sense that you stand away, be objective and consciously not look at the profits that one can get. Titiksha or tolerance, because tolerance is the most important thing today. Shraddha or faith. And finally, Samadhana or focus. So whatever we do, if we are able to focus, if we are able to be aware, if we are able to be attentive, if we are able to align it with what is necessary for that particular situation, then whatever education we have received would be the right education. We today at this point have a responsibility to see, once we have realized what is right education, we have a responsibility to see that every human being who is entitled to right education gets the benefit of right education. Because Aitreya Upanishad says, Prajnanam Brahma, consciousness and true wisdom is what is necessary for people to move out of conflict. It's not something which can be attributed to something outside the self. It is first conflict with the self which creates the conflict with others. So if we are able to bring about that wisdom which would help them to understand the self, then we will be able to bring harmony not only within the self, but outside the self also. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Advocate Umar Ramanathan. It was a very welcome and refreshing talk. I hope the Indian educators are listening to a lot of points you made so that we can shape our national education policy accordingly. Thank you so much. Moving on, we have the next speaker, Professor Shireen Naomi. Let me quickly read a brief bio of hers. Give me a few minutes to pull it out from my phone. Shireen Shahjahan Naomi works as an assistant professor of gender studies at the Asian University of Women. Dr. Shireen Shahjahan Naomi has completed a PhD from Murdoch University, Australia. Title of her PhD thesis was Tibetan Buddhism and Feminism in an In-Between Space, an autoethnography of non-Western women. She was awarded the Australian Leadership Award 2010 for pursuing Masters of Arts at the Centre of Human Rights Education, Curtin, University of Australia. She has completed Bachelor's in Law from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh in 2019. In 2019, she was awarded Cornell Climate Online Fellowship and DHS Fellowship by USAID. She's published and presented papers on international laws, Tibetan Buddhism, human rights, access to justice, violence against women, disability, Rohingya refugee adolescent girls, Varda, post-colonial narrative, and public health. Dr. Shireen Naomi, thank you.
Thank you so much. I am really feeling honored to present this topic on a day of nonviolence. So take my regards. I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a good event on this special day. So let me share my screen because I have got a PowerPoint.
Shyam, could you grant her access, please? Thank you.
All right. So my presentation is Tibetan Buddhist Metaphors of Motherhood, Feminist Buddhist Approach to Conflict Resolution. So in this presentation, I aim to do several things. First thing is to introduce Tibetan Buddhism, although I mean, most of you know about it, but it is just for the audience who don't know about it. And how motherhood has been conceptualized from the Buddhist and feminist framework, and how Buddhist and feminist approach to conflict resolution can be understood, like whether they can support each other and what are their distinctive characteristics, and then how the potentials of this metaphor like motherhood can contribute to feminist approach, Buddhist feminist approach to conflict resolution. In the last slide, I would like to talk about His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama as an example of motherhood and also an example of how Tibetan Buddhist approach to conflict resolution can promote to peace and non-violence. So origin of Tibetan Buddhism can be traced to the end of the 8th century CE in Tibet. It has roots in Vajrayana Buddhism in India. So it was at the invitation of Tibetan king, the Indian scholar traveled to Tibet, and then they combined Tibetan indigenous religion with Vajrayana vehicle of Buddhism, and as a result, Tibetan Buddhism emerged. So it has some common feature with other school of Buddhism. In fact, the core principles of Tibetan Buddhism is very much similar to other schools of Buddhism. And these core principles include 4 noble truths, especially truths on suffering, karma, interdependence, emptiness, and also ethics. Like these ethics include no killing, stealing, lying, sexual misconduct, or no alcohol, and some other ethics as well. So Tibetan Buddhism, especially the Gelugpa school of Tibetan Buddhism, emphasize 3 principles of path, and that includes renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness. So in these 3 aspects, bodhicitta a bit different. It indicates a very high altruistic intention to relieve all sentient beings from the suffering of cyclic existence. So in Tibetan Buddhism, Buddhahood is something where a person actually vows to come back to samsara again and to help other sentient beings. In the concept of emptiness, there are 4 different schools of Tibetan Buddhism. They understand emptiness in a different way. So I have used the school that His Holiness Dalai Lama schools, the Gelugpa school of Buddhism, which believes in Nagarjuna's theory on emptiness, that 2 level of truths. In 1 level, everything is existence, in existence conditionally and impermanently, and in ultimate level there is no essence. And these 2 truths are overlapping in nature. Tibetan Buddhism has some distinctive features, and these distinctive features include tantric deities and rituals. There are lots of tantric deities and rituals which we don't find in other school of Buddhism. Secondly, the other feature for which it has drawn lots of attention from the Western women, and that is female enlightened beings. In Tibetan Buddhism, we have female enlightened Buddha, who is equally worshipped and equally revered, just like the male Buddha. And the monastic institution and organization are also different from the other Buddhist school. The leadership is also different and the cloth that they wear and the nature of the monastic institution, the order are also different from other Mahayana school of Buddhism and Theravada school of Buddhism. So how the metaphor of motherhood and gender have been understood in Tibetan Buddhism. So in Tibetan Buddhism, we see that the embodiment of greatest wisdom is a female archetype, and her name is Prajnaparamita, who is a female enlightened figure, and she has been associated with emptiness, the highest wisdom part of Buddhism. And she's called mother of all Buddhas. We also see female Buddha Tara, who has been worshipped with equal emphasis like male Buddha. And the female Buddhas are recognized for their quick response to suffering of the human being who call them. And here the motherhood qualities are invoked as a power and strength. So Tara has been often invoked when there is an emergency and humanitarian crisis, and she is considered to be a Buddha who can quickly respond to the disciple because she is of Mother Nature. So the story of Tara goes like this, there was a princess called Tara, and she was a woman, and she was very spiritual, and she wanted to be a Buddha. And in Tibetan Buddhism, there is some prejudice or lines that tell that women cannot be a Buddha. Women need to pray so that she can come back as a man in next life and can be a Buddha. So when Tara was praying to be a Buddha, the monks came to her and told that she should pray so that she can come back as a man and then she can be Buddha. So Tara actually challenged this very dominant idea, and she said that I will be, be women, and I want to come back as a woman and want to attain enlightenment in the form of women, and I want to help other beings who want to attain enlightenment in the form of women. So that story actually worked as an inspiration for many Buddhist practitioners. Especially, we find the mention of these stories in the Buddhist feminists like Ayn Klein, Rita Cross, and Lama Tulsi Malian. All are based on North America, that they have mentioned Tara several times, that how Tara has been a source of inspiration to them to fight against sexism and misogyny within the institution. Lama Tulsi Malian, who is an American academic, feminist academic and Buddhist practitioner, she said that Tara was the first feminist in Tibetan Buddhism who challenged this male-dominated conception that one needs to come back as a male to be enlightened. And then we find the enlightened part of Tara, where she is actually sitting with a one leg stretched, and that indicates that she's always ready to help. And that feature we normally don't find any male deities, and so it shows that Tara is strongly associated with motherhood qualities. So in Tibetan Buddhism, motherhood qualities are invoked as a power and strength, not as a negative quality which will weak women or weak the personality. Rather, all male and female are told to nurture this quality and to cherish these qualities through several practice and rituals and disciplines. And motherhood has both wrathful and peaceful aspects. Like the peaceful aspects indicates harmony, and the wrathful aspect actually indicates protection. So both can be in coexistence. And so in the picture, we could see that in my left side, there is a one deity called Palden Lamo. She is also associated with Mother Kali, and she is considered to be the protectress of Tibet. And we could see that she is also a woman, and she is sometimes called the fierceful manifestation of a female Buddha. And so we could see that there are both sides of motherhood. Motherhood is definitely beyond gender. We find that in Tibetan Buddhist teaching and sutra, even practitioners are told to develop the qualities of motherhood to attain Buddhahood, especially for the practice of bodhicitta. So it is beyond gender, male and female, all can actually practice it. So practice of motherhood has been considered to be the highest ideal to cherish sentient being with compassion. Compassion. There are several sutra which talks that, you know, with what type of attitude a person should cherish a sentient beings. It is the attitude of a mother, and it is also told that one should think that all the sentient beings are just like mother, so that there is no judgment to treat any sentient beings and to understand the suffering of all sentient beings from the concept of motherhood. But the special feature of Tibetan Buddhism's motherhood is that it includes the concept of renunciation and emptiness. So it is not like a Western sense of motherhood where it is only based on loving kindness and some, you know, very raw emotions to a child, but also a very strategic, compassionate attitude and renunciation. And we find this type of concept when Buddha left her, you know, wife and child for the love for sentient beings, which means for the sake of bigger purpose, one can actually detach from the samsara, whose nature is nothing but delusion and temporary happiness. We also find different Tibetan Buddhist yoginis like Machik Lobdron, Yeshe Sogdel, who are considered to be also embodiment of female Buddha. They also left their children and went to caves and had a meditation for many years. And we also find Machik Lobdron, she was also encouraging the children to, you know, detach from the samsara and go to cave. So the concept of motherhood is a very different here, and we also find Prajna Paramita is considered to be motherhood or mother, who is actually embodiment of emptiness and renunciation as well. So altogether, it can be said the motherhood encompasses not only kindness but also renunciation and emptiness for the sake of helping others. So kindness is the main principle that governs everything, but renunciation and enlightenment are also there, which shape or reshape the action of the compassion. Concept of gender has been constructed as fluid category with some paradoxical dimension. Fluid category in the sense that in Tibetan Buddhism, there are some stories which came from definitely Theravada Buddhism as well, that it is said that in ultimate level there is no gender, but at the same time we find some paradoxes where it is told that having a female body means that you have an inferior karma or negative karma. As a result, you are in a state of suffering. So how these things could be understood, like the feminist Buddhist scholars, especially the Western feminist Buddhist scholars, they have given a new dimension to understand this issue, like having a female body. And according to Rita Gross, who is also a feminist Buddhist academic, she said that we need to understand it as a context specific, like when Buddhism came at that time, women were not allowed to have spiritual practice, women were only confined in the household activities. So by indicating that, one actually understood having a female body means having a negative karma. And she also said that if someone is born in United States, then she, as a woman, she doesn't need to pray this prayer because she will not face any structural problem, just like at the time, the way women used to face in Tibet and India. So we could see this prayer is there. At the same time, we also see that females are respected in Tibetan Buddhism as an embodiment of goddess-like figure like Dakini. Dakini is another goddess-like figure in Tibetan Buddhism who bestows spiritual wisdom to the devotees and disciples. So, and we find that in some teaching it is said that all women are Dakini, and the high spiritual practitioner will see all women as embodiment of goddesses. So, which means the reverence for female body is there, which came from tantric perspective. So again, this paradoxes is there. So at the in a way that women are told to pray so that they can come back as a man. At the same time, we have stories like Tara, and in the tantric dimension of Tibetan Buddhism, female body are worshipped, and female are also told that they could attain swift attainment if they practice, because the feminine qualities are very high qualities which are very good for attaining enlightenment. So we also find that there is a huge appreciation for feminine qualities, and it is not seen as a say, weak qualities, the way it has been considered under a patriarchal framework, but also as empowering qualities. And so we see the nun, the first British nun, Tenzing Palmo, who faced huge sexism when she first came to the Tibetan monastic institution, and she was told by the monk to pray so that she can come back as a man. But her guru told her to focus on the feminine qualities and to know the Tibetan Buddhist yogini stories. And at some point, he said that women can actually attain swift attainment or Buddhahood if they really practice, because they are very receptive and something are in them naturally, so they don't need to strive for that. So this is definitely questionable from the feminist lenses, because aftermath we will see that how feminism is a bit suspicious about this category of feminine and motherhood. So by saying so, it should be noted that gender discrimination is present in the Tibetan Buddhist institution, like in the monastic order, but it is changing. For example, there was a time when women are not allowed to have the highest degree in Tibetan Buddhism, like Geshe Ma, but now they can have it. There was one German woman who has got Geshe Ma degree, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama is very much interested to promote women education and nuns education, and he has projects of promoting nunnery. And so this and different type of misogynistic texts are also found in the literature. So it is there, but it is changing. But one thing has not been changed, and that is the full ordination of Tibetan Buddhist nuns. Like they cannot have the full ordination, but they can go to other Mahayana schools and monastic orders and can take the full ordination there. So as I said before, that it is quite paradoxical in nature. So there are two sides of it. Not necessarily, the gender question has been resolved in this paradigm. So now let's see what feminist approach to motherhood tells. The idea of motherhood is a complex notion in feminist literature. It is also called an unfinished agenda. It has been addressed mostly with suspicion as an obstacle to women empowerment. And we see in 1960s or 70s, when women liberation movement emerged in United States, the feminists, they normally didn't like the idea of motherhood that much. Like Betty Friedan talked about liberating women and telling women to give up the household work and be careeristic. And she didn't talk about how women will balance motherhood and career. And then we also find radical feminists like Shulamit Firestone, who said that women should get rid of the reproductive role, or women shouldn't confine themselves to the reproductive role. And this reproductive role is a kind of obstacle to women empowerment. But this area of feminism is quite gray, and it is full of contradictions. Like it cannot be concluded that feminists are against motherhood, but we don't find a kind of appreciation for motherhood in the dominant feminist literature. It is more about how women's reproductive roles are confining women. So, but there are some feminist literature where these feminine qualities or motherhood has been taken as a high intelligence and a distinctive category, and as a sign of women empowerment and to develop the identity of women. So one of the area is psychology, Carol Gilligan's Ethics of Care, which talks about that how feminine quality like responsibility, relationship, caring for others are key to human survival. And interestingly, psychologist Carol has seen that autonomy, autonomy as illusionary and biggest, like one cannot have a full individualism and one is always connected to others. And what Carol Gilligan has said, that how women actually respond to a particular reasoning from in a different way in comparison to men. So where man actually emphasizes competition, dominance, achieving goal, women actually keep on emphasizing love, intimacy, and responsibility and relationship. So she has, of course, seen it as a higher intelligence, and she thinks that this is actually required for human survival. Carol Gilligan's approach was criticized by other feminists, saying that she is trying to taking back women to other stereotype as typical attitude to gender and the biological determination of being a woman, but definitely Carol Gilligan's work has been inspiration for many women who want to actually valorize these qualities and want to see these qualities not as a sign of a passive or weak objectification, but as a sign of empowerment and women's personality. But the idea that whether these qualities will be beyond gender and whether both men and women can strive to have it is not very matured in feminist literature, like they're still caught in whether women should embrace these qualities or not. They didn't do that much work to liberate these qualities from women's body and to present these qualities as a gender neutral, the way Tibetan Buddhism did. So I will take the question later once I finish the presentation.
Sharon, you can continue.
Fair. Sorry, I got disconnected. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. So I don't know where I was. All right. So I was talking about that how feminist has approached to motherhood, and we have seen that feminist approach to motherhood is a bit different. Like they didn't liberate it going beyond gender, and they have talked about motherhood in a different way. Like there is a suspicion for motherhood, but there are some feminist literature like Karen Gilligan who have developed ethics of care, and there is also a concept like matrilineal feminism or matricentric feminism that is coined by Andrea O'Reilly. So she's talking about how feminism should include this maternal thinking or standpoint from mother's view. And among this matricentric feminism, we find Sarah Rudick, who has framed the idea of maternal thinking as a distinctive way of thinking. And Sarah Rudick's idea of maternal thinking has been again supported lots of feminist ideas, especially feminist idea on international relationship. So it is said that how the maternal approach of kindness, compassion, and love can shape our approach towards any problem. So Adriana Rich, who is also speaking from matricentric feminism, she is telling that it is actually the patriarchal notion of motherhood, not the actual experience of mothering that was source of women oppression. So what she's telling that not necessarily motherhood is oppressive, but it is the patriarchal framework that are making women think that it is oppressive, and by motherhood will make them weak, and there is a clash between feminism and motherhood. But actually, this is the clash that is happening in a patriarchal framework. This clash will not be there if the patriarchal framework is not there and women is not placed in the secondary position, and men will be given the privilege. Many activists, women of color, saw in motherhood not only as a freedom but also as agency, especially Black women, and the concept of womanist position. They also see motherhood as a kind of distinctive characteristic of women. So feminist Buddhists like Ayn Klein, who has worked on Tibetan Buddhism and also on feminism, to her it is more like motherhood is a part of constructing subjectivity and motherhood is beyond gender. So what they have said that they have included motherhood in a positive way as an empowering quality, and they think that this Tibetan Buddhist concept of motherhood and the feminist approach of a a mother, an independent mother, could be
Dr. Sharon, just to interject, your video, I mean, your PowerPoint is not visible.
okay. Let me share it. So feminist Buddhists like, So feminist Buddhists like Ayn Klein has used the concept of motherhood to construct feminist Buddhist subjectivity. And so according to Tibetan Buddhist feminist, to them, this concept of motherhood, female deities, and female deity symbolization of motherhood is not a problematic, rather they have taken it in a positive way. But definitely there are some Tibetan Buddhist feminists who saw it as a problematic way, and they see that it is again an objectification of women and seeing women from a patriarchal lens. But as I said, that there is a positive and negative way to see Tibetan Buddhist relationship to motherhood and the way feminists actually perceive this connection. So after talking about feminist and Buddhist approach to motherhood, now I'm coming to feminist and Buddhist approach to conflict resolution. So Buddhist approach to conflict resolution has a historical and spiritual aspect. In the historical aspect, we see that in the different stories, and Buddha has been placed in a situation where he had to resolve the conflict, and so most of the time his approach to the resolution of conflict is based on inner transformation. We find that how there was a incident where two kings were supposed to start a war, and Buddha went there and she gave them teaching, and as a result their mind was transformed and they adopted non-violence rather than going for a war. So these are the historical incidents. Apart from that, we also have some incidents from the monastic orders where we found that Buddha is in a position where he has to face conflict or disharmony in the Sangha, and he is supposed to interfere. Not necessarily all the time it ended in a success, but we found there is a consistent effort to transform the mind towards non-violence and loving kindness. So these are the historical incidents which show that how Lord Buddha has approached to conflict, and there are spiritual aspects in the conflict resolution where in different sutra, Lord Buddha has said that how conflict arises, like the reason of the conflict is definitely the mind. When mind is prone to attach to anger and negative qualities, then this conflict happens. So it is the consequences of the negative qualities of mind. So traditionally, Buddhism has focused on development of inner mind's enlightened quality like non-violence and kind and compassion, understanding that everyone is suffering in this samsara, which promotes empathy and loving kindness to both of the parties. So as a means to reduce suffering and conflict, that was the dominant approach in traditional Buddhism. But later we find that this approach to conflict resolution has been greatly shaped by the Enlightenment thoughts in 19th century and the influence of the Westphalian state system, where the Buddhist state and the Buddhist leaders have been in the situation where they have to go through a negotiation which should be legitimized and sanctioned by the modern Western system and the concept of international community. So this change is particularly noticed in the language, like the language the Buddhist scholars use, and we find the use of the word called human rights and peace, especially human rights, inclusiveness. Definitely one can argue that it was there in Buddhism, but the way they understand it, it's very much based on the Declaration of Human Rights and the other Enlightenment thoughts. There is also a gradual emphasis on change of external social structure for achieving peace. So now the contemporary Buddhist approach to conflict resolution, they understand conflict resolution not with the emphasis on inner transformation only, but also on the equal emphasis on the change of the external social structure for achieving peace. And sometimes they work in an overlapping way. So these are the Buddhist approach of conflict resolution in a brief. And when we see the feminist approach to conflict resolution, we see they are very critical about the traditional conflict resolution, which is developed from masculine point of view. And by masculine point of view, they understand by certain values, like it is a very goal-oriented, it is based on a fix-it approach, it is not inclusive, and women are not included in the conversation and dialogue. It is very militarized. All the problem related to security and an issue every time it is examined from a military and security perspective. So that were their contention, feminist contention, and they promoted women involvement in conflict resolution, definitely non-violence and peacemaking initiative and social justice. So what feminists have said that only a goal is not enough, like the conflict is fixed, but we need a social justice. And also we need to promote non-violence and dialogue, and we cannot actually judge a particular situation from a military or security perspective. So that's what feminist approach to conflict resolution talk about. And we see that there is a commonality between feminist and Buddhist approach to conflict resolution, especially in terms of promoting values like non-violence, peace, inclusiveness, and adopt methods like mediation and dialogue, and also a greater change, a broader perspective, not only a fixed it approach, and also bottom-top approach, not a top-to-bottom approach. So, but feminist approach to conflict resolution, they didn't do that much work on feminine qualities or maternal ethics or ethics of care, or the feminists who have talked about and promoted maternal thinking as a way of distinctive thinking to understand and analyze the world. There was not that much work on maternal thinking, although we find in practice it might be there that feminists are talking about nonviolence, inclusiveness, but in terms of theory, there is not much work on feminine qualities. So a possible area for more collaboration is more collaboration between Tibetan Buddhism and feminism is conceptualizing feminist or feminine qualities, particularly motherhood, as an approach to conflict resolution. So maternal thinking and ethics of care from feminist work, can be linked to Tibetan Buddhist approach to nonviolence, compassion, empathy, and interdependence and emptiness as well. In this regard, motherhood needs to be understood going beyond essentialist frame and biological determination of sex as a framework, as a lens, as a distinctive thinking. As I mentioned before, that Tibetan Buddhism talk about motherhood not in the sense of kindness, but also from the perspective of renunciation and emptiness, and that is very much required, like a kind of detachment from the world and not to attach to the outcome of the conflict, but to focus on the process of the conflict and the non-violence, and also to understand that although this world is a illusion, but definitely, the work of bodhicitta or compassion or kindness should continue. So that area could be an area where feminist conflict resolution could work in terms of promoting maternal thinking, that not necessarily we need to actually focus on the goal of conflict resolution, but we can focus on the process and to promote more maternal qualities in the process, and to see the process as a avenue for making change in the society rather than focusing on the goal, which is short term. So now I would like to talk about His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who has adopted non-violence to approach the conflict, which is definitely a part of his political life, that is China-Tibet conflict. And we have seen that how he has successfully framed the conflict resolution between China and Tibet from the lens of empathy, non-violence, interdependence, connection, and relationships. And so there was definitely a temptation that was placed before him to go for a hardcore movement like boycotting Chinese product or some kind of supporting some kind of violent movement in Tibet, but he himself never supported it. I remember there was one video in YouTube where his disciples are telling to go for boycotting Chinese product, and he himself was very much against it, saying that it is going to actually give suffering to the common Chinese people. But definitely he was extremely vocal about the human rights violation that was happening in China. Among his 5 principles or 4 principles of life, which where he is very much committed to, all these principles actually resemble motherhood, like compassion, forgiveness. I think only one, except one value, and that is self-discipline. And the rest of the values very much reflect motherhood values, which he wants to promote in his lifetime. So in general, His Holiness' approach to conflict includes non-violence and dialogue as a means of conflict resolution, and that we have seen in the case of China and Tibet, that although he has been failed in the traditional or in a Western sense, but definitely he has been stick to the concept of non-violence, and he was very much influenced by Mahatma Gandhi. He has mentioned it several times. And he never gave up of pursuing this conflict resolution from a policy of non-violence. And he talks about human rights and peace. And among his 5-point peace plan for Tibet, he has emphasized the concept of human rights and peace there. And as I said before, that in a traditional Buddhist means to conflict resolution, the influence of human rights is profound, and that we can find his approach to conflict resolution. Harmony with environment, like he never talked about a very dominant hegemonic masculine value which believes in dominating an environment for promoting development, but in his 5-point peace plan, he talks about creating a harmonious, peaceful zone in Tibet, and where all the development activities will be held so that environmental balance will be there and peace will be promoted. So it will not be a very aggressive development, which ecofeminists talk about a masculine model of development that he also challenged. Definitely his conflict resolution is gender inclusive. He is very much committed to promoting women in the peace and security. So he has often talked about some Buddhist concept in when he talks about, his relationship to China, and that includes inner transformation, karma, and interdependence. So in his book, Freedom in Exile, he talks about the concept of karma to understand that why Tibetan people are suffering, and not in a way to blame Tibetan people, but also as a way to understand that whatever is happening, it is happening for a reason, and both of the sides have a role to play in this situation. He also talked about karma often, and there was one incident in 2007 when His Holiness was supposed to visit Belgium, and at the time China had an issue, and China requested the government of Belgium that they don't like His Holiness Dalai Lama to visit there, and the Belgium government let His Holiness know, and His Holiness disciples were actually waiting in Belgium to welcome him for a long time, but His Holiness said that he doesn't want to go to Belgium at that time because it will hamper the relationship between Belgium and China, which is not of his policy. So at that time, when he was asked how he sees it, he talked about karma, that it is a karmic thing. So we see that definitely he has conjoined karma and the traditional Buddhist approach with a modern notion of conflict resolution, but all these things are framed by some values which we can tell that values of motherhood, that feminists talked about, some feminists, that how maternal thinking can be a distinctive way of thinking, and there can be lots of overlapping areas between Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and feminism in that sense. But as I said, the Tibetan Buddhism talk about renunciation and emptiness, which feminism doesn't talk about. So in that case, His Holiness can be said as a symbolizations of motherhood that is based on both the feminist aspect of maternal thinking as a distinctive category and Tibetan Buddhist approach. His Holiness was also told as a personification of motherhood by the, very famous radical feminist Kamala Basin. So from there, we can understand that it is possible to construct motherhood going beyond gender as a value, as a distinctive category, but not something as a completely abandoning women issue, but including women issue within it. So my last presentation or my last slide is that motherhood is considered to be an unfinished agenda of feminism and need to be liberated from patriarchal oppressive structure. That is the feminist lens that they have not come to a conclusion that how motherhood can be liberated from the question of gender. And secondly, whether motherhood should be integrated into the mainstream political feminism as a way of empowering women, because there is a suspicion about that. And there is a legitimate reason for this suspicion, because women are often confined on the excuse that they are mothers, they are feminine, so they shouldn't go and pursue the career. So from that history, they have a legitimate reason to suspect motherhood. But as I said, that there are several feminists who have promoted the idea of maternal thinking, and they have said that it needs to be liberated from the patriarchal view and lens. In Tibetan Buddhism, we see that motherhood is beyond gender and highly cherished ideal for every action. However, the concept of motherhood in Tibetan Buddhism is different in the sense that it includes insight from emptiness and renunciation. Like, it is not only about compassion and kindness, but also about endowment of emptiness and renunciation. So feminism and Tibetan Buddhism can enrich each other to develop the concept of motherhood as a distinctive thinking or lens to approach to conflict resolution. So with that, I want to conclude my presentation. If anyone is interested to know about the references that the feminists talk about promoting motherhood as a distinctive category, here are some references which includes Carol Gilligan's work, Sarah Rudolph's work, Andre O'Reilly's work, Annie Klein's work, Meeting the Great Bliss Queen, Buddhist Feminist and the Art of Self. So thank you so much for listening to me, and sorry for the technological issue.
Thank you, Dr. Sharin Naomi, for your talk on Tibetan Buddhism and on the concept of motherhood, Buddhism and feminist approach, and also on the Buddhist and feminist approach to conflict resolution. Thank you so much. Next, we have Professor S. Paneerselvam, who will be delivering his talk. Dr. Paneerselvam is no stranger to the foundation. He's been a regular at most of our conferences and seminars in the past. Professor Paneerselvam is a former professor and head of the Department of Philosophy, University of Madras. He has also functioned as a chairperson, School of Philosophy and Religious Thought in the same university. He's still very active in the chosen field of philosophy, associating himself with many universities and government organizations, and shares his wide knowledge and experiences with many, both at national and international level. He has participated and also organized a large number of seminars in India and other Oriental and Western countries. He has traveled across the globe to learn and impart, and also impart. Shri Paneerselvam has written 85 research papers. Many books have been authored by him. He has also co-authored a few books and edited many other books. He has guided many students to achieve doctorate and postdoctoral qualifications. Being a great devotee of Sri Sadguru Nyananda Saraswati Swamigal, he has been closely involving himself with SVMF in many seminars. Besides being the General Secretary of ICPR, he is also the General Secretary of CPF. Professor Paneerselvam. Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar, Sri Ravi sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much, sir. I can hear you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sadguruve Saranam. Most revered and respected Swamiji and my dear colleagues. It is always a pleasure to talk in Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for the main reason that whenever I deliver a lecture, I feel that I am blessed by Sri Sadguru. Sri Sadguru's blessings is something which is very much essential for me to carry out my day-to-day activities. So whenever I visit Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, I feel that Sadguru's blessings is always there to guide me and to help me in all my endeavors. And it is always a great inspiration to sit at the feet of Swami Sri Hariprasad Ji and listen to him on various philosophical themes which he would explain to us in great detail. So today I would like to discuss with you the notion of or the concept of conflict resolution in the context of Buddhist philosophical discourse. I would like to start by discussion with a quotation from Swami Sri Hariprasad, that is in Indian Philosophical Congress, the 93rd session, which was held in Nalanda in the year 2009, he was the general president. The IPC was proud and privileged to nominate him as the general president. And he gave a very beautiful lecture. And from that lecture, I would like to quote certain passages. He says, Swami Hariprasad Ji says, peace is the very basis of our nature and our existence. We are peaceful with breaks of non-peaceful activities or thoughts. These happen when we are afflicted with feelings of raga or desire, dvesha or strong dislike, or bhaya of fever. Further, he says, we are peaceful, but sometimes we may feel threatened or sense a desire on another person's part to control us or take something from us. Whether it is an office rivalry or a world war, the causes are the same, though the many factors may not be seen and the protagonists may not be even aware of them. So this is a very beautiful quotation by our Swamiji, and this has a lot of message to convey, especially with regard to the conflict resolution. And this year's peace conference theme, which is Swamiji has chosen, is right education as a key for peace. And today, this being the second day of peace conference, we are discussing the notion of conflict resolution, and tomorrow we shall be discussing sustainable development. So three concepts I feel are closely related with the concept of peace. That is education, conflict resolution, and thirdly, sustainable development. Today I shall be discussing with you on conflict resolution from the Buddhist perspective, as I said earlier. Now, how do we define conflict? The word conflict, in fact, is a Latin word, and it comes from the word confligere, which denotes fighting or warfare, incompatibility, and opposition. In fact, it is used both people and groups who have beliefs, attitudes, needs, and benefits that are absolutely different, so that they debate, dispute, and even kill each other as a result. There was one Norwegian peacekeeper, his name is John Galtung. He says that conflict is related to mankind's behavior. This means one can say conflict is closely associated with the human behavior. conflict arises because people are concerned or understand that there are some groups who are working against their advantage. In fact, Swamiji's discourse, which I quoted, has this point. So hence, conflict, according to the definition, general definition, go together with attitude and behavior. So the significance of attitude and behavior is very important in the context of conflict resolution. But we must take one point clear here, that is, we are not the same. We are not identical by nature. We differ among ourselves, and our approach to problems differ because we have different attitudes, which means we differ in attitude, in our attitude, and as a result of that, our approach to problem is also different. And human behavior is not one and the same. This means it varies to person. Because of the conflicts which actually arises in the mind of the individual, war takes place. War sows the seeds of hatred that generate future war. So if the individual has peace in his mind, and then it would be exhibited in his action. This means by having peace in our mind, we can avoid wars. This means dialogues and negotiations alone can settle the disputes, and the effect that it produces is always permanent. So this means we have to depend on a dialogue or negotiation, and the result that is produced by both dialogues and negotiation is something permanent. So because of this reason, it can be said that the more of violence, the less of revolution. So all conflicts can be solved by peaceful means and reconciliation. Now, how do we define reconciliation? It is used for both people and group in order to solve the problems, and hence we must make an effort to transcend the difference. In fact, Sadhguru, in one of our lectures, in one of our discourses, talked about how one can transcend the barriers of the conflict. She says that one can transcend all conflicting opposites, the truth and the falsity, the good and the evil, the real and the unreal. So it is a transformative philosophy which our Sadhguru has preached. And in that transcendental philosophy, she has given us a clue how we can transcend all conflicting opposites. So this means, according to our spiritual guru, who has guided the entire human society without any distinction between caste, creed, and religion, there is a way to solve a problem. And she was all the time concerned about human suffering. And she said that the remedy, which she says, is that inner peace, which is very much essential and which can bring out a change in the individual. Once the individual is changed, then there is a change in the society, and the result of that, there is a change in the country, and as further, there will be change in the entire cosmos. So this means one has to transcend, as Sadhguru says, one has to transcend the conflicting opposites. So ordained by the divine will, she has submitted all her possessions to others. In fact, when the question was asked by one of her disciples, how to get peace, her immediate answer is this: absolute peace comes from absolute renunciation. So renunciation is a guide guiding principle according to Sadhguru, and which is, she says, is the highest philosophy which can solve most of the problem. And there is always a conflict, not only among human beings, but also a conflict between God and man, or God and human being. In fact, the philosopher Sartre gives a beautiful story which he has narrated, and there is a dialogue between Zeus, the god, and Otius, that is a human being. The dialogue goes like this. God says, Otius, I created you, and I created all things. Then the human being says, you are the king of gods, king of stones and stars, king of the waves of the sea, but you are not the king of man. This is very important. Then God says, I am not your king. Who then made you? Then human being says, man says, you, but you are blended. You should not have made me free. Then God says, I gave you freedom so that you might serve me. Then the man says, I am my freedom. This I am my freedom is very important. No sooner had you created me than I ceased to be yours. This is what J.B. Sartre's dialogue goes with regard to very interesting work, his work on the flies. So this dialogue very clearly shows that the conflict exists not only among human beings, but also between God, who has created the human being, and the human being who has been created by God. So the conflict is inevitable. But we must point out here that there are two ways of understanding the term conflict. In fact, there are two meanings with regard to the notion of a conflict. One has got a positive meaning and the other is a negative meaning. Now, the positive meaning goes like this. That is, conflict is something that leads to creative thinking and the more successful development of organization and society in general. Now, what is the negative meaning of conflict? Negative meaning is conflict is something that organizations and society cannot manage, and so violence and quarrels will result. So what is the result? Conflict leads to the losing of one's mental balance. Then there is loss of property, failure of reconciliation in society, harmony is disturbed, unity is reduced to singularity. This is a very important point. Unity is reduced to singularity. One is considered always as a threat to other. And Sartre's understanding phrase is to be remembered here, that the other is the hell. Now, there are conflicts which would really help the human society progress. For example, conflict leads to the development of one's own self. And secondly, it helps us to solve many of the political problems. So political development, in the context of political development, conflict is playing a very important role. And conflict, not only that, conflict helps us to revise one's own views. And also conflict is very much essential for economic growth or economic development. Now, there is always a conflict between one and the other. In other words, one can say that there is a conflict between identity and the other. In fact, I would say conflict juxtaposes the identity with the other. It is in opposition of myself with the other. The question is the other meaningful? This is a question quite often raised by the individual. So the concept of intersubjectivity is absent in conflict. And Hegel, for example, philosopher Hegel has pointed out that he has given the example how the master and the servant are closely related. The master needs the service of the servant, and the servant also needs the master. So This means the other is important. In fact, the philosopher Levinas has pointed out the concept of other in a very beautiful manner. He says we have the responsibility towards the other. So I and you are equal. So open dialogue is the method of solving the conflict, conflicting issues, and there is always one can learn from the other. And in fact, it is here the Buddhist philosophy is very much helpful, because Buddhist philosophy respects the other. In fact, it is the philosophy that it preaches in cosmic salvation. When many systems of philosophy are talking about the individual salvation or salvation of one's own self, Buddhist philosophy talks about the salvation of the entire humankind, which is otherwise known as cosmic salvation. So there are different kinds of conflict: community conflict, diplomatic conflict, environmental conflict, then ideological conflict, religious conflict, family. Within family, there is a conflict. There is self-conflict also, and there is also caste conflict. So how to resolve that? The best way is to understand the notion of the other. In fact, different our Indian systems, especially the Hindu tradition, the Jaina tradition, the Buddhist tradition, all 6 traditions, all Indian traditions, religious traditions, talk about how one can overcome this conflict and how this can be resolved. And the Buddhists talk about this in detail. In fact, they say once we know how to overcome the suffering, the notion of suffering, then many of our problems will be solved. So the Buddhist, from the Buddhist perspective, one can say the causes of a conflict are multiple. What are they? Desire, arrogance, and delusion. Most of us are having all the 3. So for the Buddhists, conflict is natural and even necessary aspect of human life. So it is neither completely good nor completely bad. So how to live with conflict? Because it is not possible to get away from the conflict at the initial stage. So how to live with conflict is the best possible way. And Buddhism talks about how there is a conflict in different rituals, which is available in Vedic tradition. And Buddha gives a methodology for solving the conflict. In fact, I would say the conflict resolution by Lord Buddha is the need of the hour, because after enlightenment, he became Buddha and he was equipped to fight the conflict. And he has given the methodology for that. So what is the methodology given by Lord Buddha? To change people from inside and not from outside. And he was trying to change the mind of the people. That's why I said in the beginning itself, our Sadhguru also has pointed out that, first of all, the mind of the individual should be changed, because all conflict arises in mind. So Buddha also said that we have to change the mind of the people. So it does not come from outside, but from within. So if you want to change the system, this is what Lord Buddha says, if you want to change the system, change the mind of the people, clean the mind to avoid conflict. So he said, think about the benefit and the happiness of the people. So conflict, according to Buddha, can be solved by realizing that there is something far more important, also by remembering that we are not always right. If you believe this principle of Lord Buddha, then many of the conflict definitely would vanish. So what Lord Buddha suggests is that there should be what is known as mutual concern, which means we must be ready to accept the other, and the other must also be ready to accept other. And at present, the world is diversity of culture, language, and religion. So conflict between people are inevitable. But Lord Buddha's methodology of this compassionate wisdom is very much essential in this contemporary age in order to solve many of the problems. So Lord Buddha said, when community meet together regularly with, with mutual respect, then harmony can flourish. And further, Lord Buddha says, we have to promote cooperation over competition. And here, the significance of Sangha, he has suggested in order to resolve the conflict. So Buddhist methodology is something which can solve the problem which the entire globe is facing today. And he has preached not only for kings, but for poor people also, but for not only for men, but also to women, Brahmins, outcasts, bankers, and beggars. This means for him, there is no distinction among human beings, and he recognized no difference of caste or social grouping. And man's position, according to Buddhism, is something supreme. He is human being is his own master, and there is no higher being or power that sits in the judgment over his destiny. This means for Buddha, in fact, I would like to quote Lord Buddha here. He says, one is one's own refuge. Who else could be the refuge? He asks. So it is very much essential to follow the methodology given by Lord Buddha. And further, Lord Buddha says, the root of all evil and conflict is ignorance and the false views. These are the two things which affect human society. According to him, one is ignorance, and the second one is the false views which we are keeping in our mind. So as long as there is doubt, perplexity, wavering, he said, no progress is possible. So once the doubt is clear, once the ignorance is removed, then the conflict, he says, would automatically disappear. So Buddhism says that one should not honor one's own religion and condemn the other religion. This sort of attitude, he says, is not good. So in doing so, this is a very important point. While condemning the other religion, he says that we are injuring our own religion. So he said, I quote Lord Buddha once again, concord is good. Let all listen and be willing to listen to the doctrines professed by others, unquote. So the spirit of tolerance and understanding is one of the key factors in Buddhist culture and civilization. So there is no single example of persecution or the shedding of a drop of blood in converting people to Buddhism. So it spread peacefully all over the continent of Asia. And all of us know the four noble truths, especially the fourth noble truth, the cessation from suffering, is the guiding principle for the entire human society. And in the fourth noble truth is that which gives a way to come out of the cessation of dukkha. So this actually is known as the middle path, for the main reason that it avoids two extremes. What are the two extremes? One extreme being the search for happiness through pleasures of the senses, which is low, common, unprofitable, and the way of the ordinary people. And the other being that the search for happiness through self-mortification in different forms of asceticism, which is painful, unworthy, and unprofitable. So he has taken the middle path in order to guide the entire human society. In fact, he says the middle path gives vision and knowledge, which leads to a calm insight enlightenment, which is referred to as a eightfold path. I'm not giving the details regarding that. And in short, one can say if these 8 paths are followed, one can avoid conflict. If the conflict arises, it is resolved through the eightfold path of Buddhism. Now, Buddhism actually talks about 2 kinds of illness, because just now we said that it is not physical, it is mental. So he talks about 2 kinds of illness. One is the physical illness and the other is the mental illness. So Buddhist way of meditation aims at producing a state of perfect mental health, equilibrium, and tranquility. So in this context, that is, in order to solve the problem of conflict, he speaks about the bhavana. So what is a bhavana? It is a mental culture which aims at cleaning the mind of impurities and disturbances such as justful desires, hatred, ill will. So this is very much essential. And further, Lord Buddha says two kinds of meditation is very much essential here. One is the development of mental concentration, that is one-pointedness of mind, and the other is also very important, which is otherwise known as vipassana. So it is insight into the nature of things, leading to the complete liberation of mind to the realization of truth nirvana. This is the Buddhist meditation and Buddhist mental culture. And I got two more points with that I'll conclude. Conflict, according to Buddha, arises because of the following problems. One is the problem between the parents and the children. Parents are scared to their children, which means parents always are afraid of their children, because what they are doing now in this computer age, the parents are very much worried about the children, because they have to watch them at each and every stage, whether they are misusing the computer, and all these problems are so there is always a conflict, and children are always fond of using computer. So there is a conflict, and there is always a conflict between teacher and people. This we have seen in all educational institutions, because the people may not, students may not be interested interested in the particular view which is held by the teacher. So there is a conflict. And of course, there is a conflict between husband and wife, which is inevitable, but it's very beautiful because it helps to know each other in a better way. And there is also a conflict between a friend and a friend, and master and servant. And Buddhist way of life avoids all these conflicts, though they point out that these are some of the areas where conflict plays a very important role. And Buddhist solution is that we can easily solve all these problems. So Buddhist methodology is something which is very much helpful in resolving many of the conflict. In fact, in this context, I must say that the Buddhist philosophy does not talk about the rejection of mind or matter. In fact, this is one of the basic problem, because in philosophical discourse, one has, normally people either accept mind or spirit, spirit or mind or matter. And in fact, this kind of subscribing to one concept has created a conflict among philosophers, but Buddhism tries to avoid that. It says mind is not spirit as opposed to matter. Buddha does not recognize a spirit opposed to matter, and mind, according to Lord Buddha, is only a faculty or organ, that is indriya, like eye or ear. So Dhammapada talks about the nature of mind, because all the time I'm talking about the concept of mind in Buddhism, so that, as suggested by our Sadguru and by Lord Buddha, that if we reform our mind, if we change our mind, if we put our mind in the proper perspective, then other external problems can easily be solved. So that's why Dhammapada gives a beautiful understanding of the nature of mind. It says, mind is a forerunner of states. Mind is chief. If one speaks or acts with a wicked mind, because of that, suffering follows one, even as the wheel follows the hoof of the drought ox. Mind is a forerunner of all good states also. Mind is chief. If one speaks or acts with pure mind, because of that, happiness will follow. The flickering, the fickle mind, difficult to guard, difficult to control, the wise person straightens it as a Fletcher straightens an arrow. Like a fish, this is an example given by Lord Buddha, like a fish that is drawn into the watery abode and thrown upon land, even so does this mind flutter. Hence, should the realm of the passions be shunned. So Buddhism, I feel, gives a hope for the future in order to solve all conflicts. So the reconciliation which has been suggested by Buddhism is very much essential. In fact, I would say that Buddhism is a discourse, a philosophical discourse, a religious discourse, which has to be practiced. In fact, I have written a paper wherein I argued that how Buddhism gives a solution to some of the problems that are connected to COVID. And I always feel that Buddhism gives a hope for the future. Buddha talks about his oneness with all living beings. So if this is known, if this is understood in a proper perspective, then there will not be any conflict. There is a promise of hope of life, and the philosophy it preaches is the inward harmony. It is not outward harmony, please note it. It is the inward harmony and has no place for discord. So the text Dhammapada says that he whose delight is inward, who is tranquil and happy when alone, him they call a true bhikshu. For such a person, there is no despair and no mourning. And here I would like to show a beautiful analogy. A beautiful analogy can be drawn in Buddhist way of life. Buddhism says that there are two things that can separate us from father and mother, from brother and sister, and from all those who are most cherished by us. These two are one, distance, and two, death. In fact, at the time of COVID, Buddhism gives how one can distance himself or herself from the society. This is what we call social distancing. And we should know that Buddhism is not a mere religion. It is a philosophy. It is a way of life, and it is a hope for the future. With this, I conclude my brief speech, and I am grateful to our revered Swamiji who has been helping me by his guidance, and he's a great supporter of me, and he guides me in all my activities, and I always seek his blessings and the Sadguru's blessing. Sadguruve Saranam.
Thank you, Dr. Pani Salman, for this eloquent talk on the concept of conflict resolution in the context of Buddhism philosophical discourse. Thank you so much. Quick piece of announcement. We'd originally planned a fifth session this evening, but some of the speakers who were scheduled to talk have dropped off due to various unavoidable reasons. So we're bringing forward that session and bringing this one speaker from that session into the current session, post which we will be concluding today's proceedings. Hopefully all for the good on a Saturday evening. A welcome. Early closure is always welcome. So I now present to you Dr. Safi Moshe Bla. Sorry about that. I had to get my phone. Dr. Safi Moshe W. Bla works as an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy, St. Mary's College, Shillong. She completed a PhD from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong in 2019. Her area of research includes environmental ethics, indigenous philosophy, culture, existentialism, religion, besides others. She's published works in several journals. In 2003, she had been a delegate for India at the 15th CCEM Youth Summit, Edinburgh. held alongside the 15th Conference of Commonwealth Education Ministers from 25th October to 8th November 2003, Edinburgh, UK. Dr. Sophie Sharma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good evening to all of you. And I bring greetings from Shillong. First and foremost, I would like to thank Swamiji and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. So the title of my paper that I'll be presenting this evening is Interdependence Ethic, a Way to Conflict Resolution. So the world is currently facing an unprecedented uncertainty which gives rise to various conflicts and crises. It is not surprising that the present century has often been referred to at different times by different writers as being an age of extremes, a century of illusions and disillusionments. So extensive and far-reaching are these conflicting problems that the future well-being of humanity is in jeopardy. These conflicts, they act as barriers and create differences among people. Researchers have considered conflicts at different levels of analysis, ranging from interpersonal conflicts involving many people to intrapersonal conflicts involving only the individual. So amidst these various conflicts, which the previous speaker, Professor Paneerselvam, has elaborately stated, and the differences that are among the people, this has led the people to start questioning their position in society. And these questions ultimately, they led to the question about the meaning and the role of justice. What is justice? This is an age-old question that has been asked for centuries. The fact that this question is still being asked even today shows that we are still unclear about the meaning of the concept of justice. According to some writers, justice has always been regarded as a political virtue. As a virtue, it is understood that justice is concerned with individuals living in a society. The concern is, however, a restricted kind of concern. Justice, it looks towards the individual with a dispassionate gaze. It sees the individual not as an individual itself with its various aspirations, idiosyncrasies, and weaknesses associated with it. The individual is viewed in relations to other individuals in the society. In this way, we can say that justice is a neutral virtue. However, it is the universal attributes possessed by the members of the society that is of core importance to justice because they form the ground of a rational judgment. It should also be noted that although justice is concerned with the individuals in the society, it is only concerned with the individual past and present. Justice is not at all concerned with the individual future because the future is open. Thus, justice implies that people should be treated in a non-arbitrary manner where there is the consistency. So far, we have been looking at a very individualistic perspective of justice, that is justice strictly from the point of view of the individual itself. However, it only seems logical that if we are to have a comprehensive understanding of justice, it has to be understood from an all-inclusive point of view. In this way, the concept of social justice comes into view. Social justice is concerned not only with the individual alone, but with the whole society. Social justice includes not only the interaction among the different individuals, but also the relationship of the individuals to their surrounding. Given the current social situation, the task of social justice is indeed challenging and complex. We live in a globalized world where there are different cultures intersecting and mingled with each other. In such a multicultural and globalized world, the individual must be covertly or overtly engaging in processes that affect our social world, and these interactions will ultimately affect our understanding of justice. Differences in cultures are being expressed through language, religion, cuisine, family structures, lifestyle, and attire. These differences in the society, they can form the basis for deep psychological distrust or enmity. Again, these cultural differences constrain effective communication, leading to international misunderstanding and violence. So amidst these changes, these differences and these changes, a single conception or practice of justice representing all the stages of history or all the forms of society is not possible. So theorists included these differences or the different issues in social justice. This is done with the hope that the study of these developments will lead to a more complete understanding of our current notions of justice. One of the most important issues that has been highlighted by recent theorists, which has been included in any discussion in justice, is environmental justice or environmentalism. Human beings have always had a very close relationship to environment, but this relation has been taken for granted in today's world. However, a closer look reveals that there are still numerous indigenous societies around the world and in India itself that still shares an intimate relation with nature. In such a situation, our understanding of social justice must also include the understanding of the forms of justice among these various indigenous groups. Coming up with an understanding of justice or social justice that includes the various views of these different groups will not be easy. But nonetheless, it is a task worthy to undertake. The fact that the concept of justice has always enticed human minds from antiquity to the present times cannot be denied. So therefore, apart from the seemingly differences that exist, there ought to be some similarity or a common foothold somewhere. In order to determine this common foothold, I intend to look into the history of the concept of justice from the classic theories to the views of some of the indigenous groups and determine the common aspect that form the background in all these different theories. So Aristotle, in his 5th book of the Nicomachean Ethics, he evaluates the notion of justice as virtue. According to Aristotle, justice as virtue can be a complete virtue or a partial virtue. Justice as complete virtue is called by him the legal or the universal justice, and justice as partial virtue is called particular justice. Under the notion of particular justice, Aristotle, he makes the famous and the important distinction between distributive justice and the corrective justice. A few centuries later, John Rawls, in his article Justice as Fairness, Political, Not Metaphysical, put forward his own understanding of the concept of justice as a political concept for a democratic society. According to Rawls, the conflicting disagreement that exists in the present scenario prevents a person from realizing the values of liberty and equality in the basic structure of society. The aim of justice as fairness is very practical, for it represents itself as something that can serve as a basis of informed and willingly political agreement between the citizens who are viewed as free and equal persons. For Rawls, the idea of a society as a system of fair social cooperation between the free and equal persons is considered to be an essential idea. Hence, the idea of social cooperation plays an important part in the theory of Rawls. Coming to Indian subcontinent thought, we see that the concept of justice is closely related to the law of karma, which is derived from the Vedic law of Vrita. According to the law of karma, every action performed by an individual has a consequence corresponding to it, which can be pleasurable or painful depending on the action's merit or demerit which its doers must endure or suffer. This consequence is neither arbitrary nor accidental because it is what the doer deserves to experience on account of having performed the action. The world is of this nature because it is governed by the law of karma, which ensures that nobody escapes from experiencing the consequences of one's action. This worldview functions as the foundation, the general theoretical background of the entire Indian philosophy. The law of karma is seen as the application of the law of Vrita in the human world. The word Vrita, it means complete order or orderliness, regularity or uniformity in nature, which even gods are not allowed to disturb. Thus it is unbreakable. The gods are looked upon as the guardians or the protectors of the law of Vrita. The law of Vrita certifies that the world is not haphazard but uniform. Considering these aspects of the law of Vrita, it may be called a cosmic law. As an application of the law of Vrita, the law of karma, it operates in the realm of human actions in such a comprehensive way that whenever a person is or has is determined by it. So in this way, this world can be looked at as a karmic world. The Khasis, an indigenous group of people found in the northeastern part of India, like the other indigenous communities, have a very close relationship with nature. So it is here that a worldview which is based on the old-fashioned way of life is found. It is this close communion with the nature that the Khasis enable, it is this close communion with nature that enables a Khasi to understand the surrounding natural world. Every aspect of nature is equally valuable to a Khasi. Humans do not occupy any special position in the Khasi belief, but are considered to be part and parcel of one creation. The fact that animals and birds are part of the human community has been reflected in most of the folklores of the Khasis. Thus, when it comes to the question of justice, a Khasi is always of the opinion that human cannot decide on the justice of another human, or for that matter, on the justice of animals and plants. The Khasi worldview has always been grounded on the principle of interdependence among all the coexistence of the world. Interdependence among all the coexistence of the world. Eventually, therefore, any plea on justice must be made to a higher authority, that is Kahok, which is truth. Kahok for a Khasi is an eternal truth, which has no beginning or end. According to the Khasi, Kahok encompasses the whole existence and it is connected to human through Kakren, or the spoken word. Kakren is speech or communication in the collective conscience among the Khasis. It is a language understood by all the coexistence, which is necessarily not verbal or vocal. It is through Kakren that the individual person relates itself to its surrounding world. In this way, the individual, through communication, will connect or link itself to Ublay, who's God, and also to the other coexistence in the world. Consequently, through communication, the individual will establish Jutang, or the covenant, with God, as well as with the other coexistence in the world. Jutang for the Khasi is very sacred because it is bound on the foundation of Kahok, and therefore it is considered a sanctified conviction or commitment established between two parties. For the Khasi, the sanctity of the Jutang is established on Kakrend, which is grounded on Kahok. For a Khasi, he lives amidst various Jutang. Like any other covenant, the Jutangs, they also have witnesses. The nature of the Maryang is considered to be the witness or the witnesses of the various Jutangs that are made between the nature, and because nature has always been considered as a living document for the Khasis. Since Jutang are established on the basis of Kahok, the Khasi forefathers warned the fellow beings to take Jutang seriously. Once a Jutang is made, it is very difficult to break without any fatal consequences. According to a Khasi, justice will come into play whenever there's a breach of the Jutang. Justice will be taken care at any time and at any place, and there is no need for the victim to appeal for justice to the other humans. The party that disrespects the Jutang will be punished by being struck to death by lightning or killed by a tiger or by other wild animals at an unexpected time or place. For instance, whenever there is a land dispute with regard to the boundary, the victim will plead to the divinity as a judge and call upon the witness or the witnesses of the Jutang, which is the nature, to restore the balance and settle the dispute. The verdict to such an appeal will come from nature itself. This is the law of the Khasi, Kahok, that surrounds nature is the living law and judge that will decide the fate of all the people, animals, demigods, and even the evil in this world. A close analysis of all the above mentioned theories reveal that there is an element of interdependence that lingers in the background of any theory on justice. That is, any theory of justice will touch upon the element of interdependence. When Aristotle, he talks about the distributive justice and corrective justice, this does not imply only to the justice with regards to human beings. As a matter of fact, it is often considered by many thinkers that distributive justice includes environmental justice. Environment is generally regarded as a resource whose distribution should be governed by the principle of justice. That is, distribution of the benefits and the cost of environmental resources should be governed by principles of justice because many aspects of environment cannot be physically transferred from one community to another. In John Rawls' Justice as Fairness, this element of interdependence can be seen in his idea of social cooperation. According to Rawls, social cooperation is a concept that cannot be understood narrowly, but rather as a conception of what is valuable in human life. Unlike the Western worldview that separates nature from human, the Eastern worldviews, like the law of karma and the Kasi worldviews, reject such dualism and stress on the fact that there is no radical separation between humans from the other forms of life on earth. In fact, the world is being viewed as the body of God. The law of karma binds humans into continuity with natural resources. While human freedom is emphasized, it is a freedom constrained with moral responsibility to the surrounding environment with which each of us is intimately interconnected. According to the Kasi worldview, as mentioned, the element of interdependence has been expressed in the Jutang, which are sacred and are not to be taken for granted. Whenever these jutang are disrespect, the justice inflicted out is the verdict of the universe as a whole. In conclusion, it may be observed that in the present scenario, degradation of the environment, be it in the political, social, and physical fronts, has assumed a global dimension. For centuries, modern man went on destroying the planet in the name of progress, success, and economic development. Now we witness how this progress has not just depleted human inwardly, but spiritually. There is chaos and confusion everywhere we turn. In the different countries, the societies, the cultures, the religious beliefs, the practices, and even within oneself. In fact, our present situation, where the entire world is facing the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, has made matters even worse. Principles, objectives, institutions which were generally accepted even a generation ago are now challenged. Social suspicion, tension fills the atmosphere in place of mutual love and friendliness and sympathy. The whole world is driven by mutual distrust, jealousy, fear, and suspicions. Poverty, violence, intolerance are the order of the day and are on the increase. Thus, the contemporary society is a complex and broken up society, a society which lacks a sense of basic consensus. In such a situation where every individual and group are questioning their justice, the only way we can find a resolution is to go back to the ancient wisdoms. As we have seen above, all the theories they stress on interdependence. And once we realize this, the existing differences can never play an important role in our lives. Hence, the need of the hour is to realize that only the feeling of oneness can hold everything together. Eventually, therefore, the concept of interdependence is the heart of justice. The main aim of the various theories of justice is to remove whatever chaos and confusion by accentuating the fact that we are all dependent on one another. Now, more than ever, we need to realize that we are interdependent on one another. This simple realization can actually solve the big problems that the world is presently facing. Change is inevitable, and everything changes all the time. Even our understanding of justice will change with time. The fact that we have various theories on justice substantiates this. Yet a closer look indicates that though prima facie they may seem different from one another, yet they are all connected by the element of interdependence. To end in the words of our father of nations, Mahatma Gandhi, whose birthday we are celebrating today, interdependence is and ought to be as much the ideal of man as self-sufficiency. Man is a social being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blah, for your talk on conflict resolution in the context of Asi culture and on interdependence, ethic way to conflict resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of day 2. As I announced earlier, some of the speakers for the next session have dropped off, so we are foreclosing programs for today. It's a much welcome on a Saturday evening. In conclusion, I'll attempt to do a summary of today's proceedings. Not an easy task, especially when I'm trying to reflect on speakers who are experts in their own field. We had a total of 9 speakers today. They started off with Dr. Shrikala Nair speaking on the status of women education in India and how it impacts and influences peace and conflict resolution within families. We then had Dr. Mikio Oishi who talked on the Asian approach to peaceful conflict resolution, a Buddhist approach to incompatibility management. It was followed by Professor G. Devanayagam, who spoke on the purpose of education and the type of education which lends to the building of an individual's character. Professor Padmashri Akhartul Vasi then spoke on a similar vein. He spoke on how not to use Siksha and Gyan, that is education and knowledge, for material gains, but for individual character building and peaceful coexistence in society. Advocate George Putikot gave a very interesting talk on the background and history of negotiation for peace. He quoted quite a number of treaties which were enacted in the past. We then had Professor Ravichandran Murthy, who spoke on strategies for peace and sustainability, integration of bioethics for reducing, for value-based education and peace education. We had then had Advocate Umar Ramanathan, who spoke on how the goal of education should be to get wiser wisdom. She spoke on how education is one that helps individuals think on their own rather than rote learning, and how one has to be learning and reskilling at all stages of one's life. Following it was Dr. Sharin Naomi, who spoke on Tibetan Buddhism and the concept of motherhood, Buddhism, and a feminist approach, and also on Buddhist and feminist approach to conflict resolution. This was followed by Dr. Paneer Selvam, who spoke on the concept of conflict resolution in the context of Buddhist philosophical discourse. And lastly, the final speaker, Dr. Safi Moshabla, who presented a paper on conflict resolution in the context of Kasi culture. With that, we end today's proceedings. Thank you very much. All very rich, knowledgeable, and eloquent talks. Thanks to all speakers. With that, we'll end today's proceedings. Just a quick reminder, we will have the concluding day of this peace conference tomorrow at 2 p.m. We have a session 6 of the Conclave Academics planned for tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you all at the session tomorrow. Thank you very much. Good night. Nam Chitana.